Yeah, I'm all set.
Yeah, we're all good. Okay, so we're gonna read for like, I don't know, like what, 2 minutes, and then we'll check in again when it comes to sound quality. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. Anyway,
Sounds good to me.
Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is, and Beatrice-sama is an important and honored guest of the Masters.
So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll see through her. A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her.
Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Cannon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room after their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. Sweaty? As Jessica yelled with all of her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened.
Open up, Beatrice. Come out. You hear me, right? Open up.
There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke.
The master key will unlock this, right? Use it.
Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Cannon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Cannon-san, are you sure? Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation.
That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that.
Jessica snatched the master key from Cannon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. And speaking of sound, how are we? Are we good? Mouse is a bit loud. Really? Okay, do you want me to turn me up, or do you want to turn mouse down? You know what? Where's Balder? It's fine. Balder says it's fine. Balder is our audio guy, okay? All right. Jessica is in a more highly emotional state, so maybe that's why. Game audio is very quiet. Turn up by 25%. Is it? We asked about like our voices, but what about the game, Balder? Can everyone hear like the music and the sound? Game is also fine. People are saying it's fine. Okay. All right. I realized I also forgot to do something, which is that what happened last stream. Last stream, we, just to recap for chat, but also for myself to know where I'm at. Last stream we got into this round's first Twilight. Hold on. Yeah, this round's first Twilight. And it was quite different. The letters were different. One of the letters her letter hasn't been opened yet, if I remember correctly. And her letter ended up having a key in it that opened the chapel where these 6 were killed, even more gruesomely than last time. Seated around like a Halloween candy leaden table that it appeared like all the candy had burst out of their stomachs, but obviously that's not what happened because that would be magic and I'm Battler. So what happened was that they were split open, their intestines were pulled out, and their faces were all visible this time. And I don't think did anyone examine the corpses? Maybe Nanjo was. I don't think Battler did yet. So if he's gonna do that, he hasn't yet. But he seemed Beatrice was teasing him about that, right? Yeah. Okay. I think that's all the important stuff that happened last stream. Does chat agree? Battler can also like talk to Beatrice with an alter ego sometimes, and it's not clear if he has that alter ego all the time, or if he can just turn it on and off, or if he's like acting along with the version of it. Mouse knowing all the answers right now, just being really quiet.
It's magic, Joe.
It's magic, yep. It's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Oh, that would be telling.
Okay. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open.
Beatrice, where are you? Come out.
Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen.
That bitch. She's not here. Where the hell'd she go?
Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. Imagine if she did. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used, and though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. And she could smell pizza in the air, more dominoes. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen, because there's no love. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. That's true, okay. However, Canon alone had met her. Okay, who has met her this round? Kyrie, all of the people that were killed, because they met her in the chapel. Goda has not, Genji has, Canon has, and Shannon. And I think that, and Maria. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. So he knew that forcing their way in here and search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Canon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it. Canon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd been overcome by rage and barged in here only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here.
Something written? What?
Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now.
What the? Don't fuck with me.
As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up, and threw it. Oh, the glass sound! Then she grabbed the light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. Oh, Canon, watch out! The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself.
Let go! Damn it! Damn it! Come out, Beatrice! How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll beat you to death, so show yourself! I told you to let go of me! Damn it!
This was written on the paper. Did you think... Sorry, hold on. This is yours?
Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual knight. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Oh right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you.
Ooh.
Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets.
It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself.
I told you to let go! Damn it! Damn it! Ugh!
Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding, also known as Cannon. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger, but Cannon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness hidden by rage. So, When the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Kanon was not. Of course. She had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage.
Ooh, ah! Dad, Mom, ah!
Considering that she was the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet. You're doing great with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard, because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like.
Don't you call them morons? Both Dad and Mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Stupid Jessica theory. Don't you call them morons? Take it back. Take it back.
Oh right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets.
Oh, damn it. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it.
As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. Oh yeah, the asthma. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath.
The hell? If you got the time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me! Damn it! Damn it! Cough, cough.
Cough, cough. Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway. Milady, your medicine, quickly. I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda-san, would you leave this to me? Kanon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Kanon, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her. Coughing bomb versus hydrogen baby. Kanon said, are you sure? I believe Milady needs some time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Kanon had shared a vague relationship with each other, so he understood everything and left it to Kanon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please, take care of Milady. Yes, leave it to me. Kanon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possess self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes, so he would leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her, but until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Kanon now stood, as he watched over Jessica from behind. Then, finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to even stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help, but Kanon heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanon definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world round. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear, except for Kanon. Kanon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach, full of candy. Her face was pale, and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. Thanks for coughing, Mouse. After having her sit on the bed, Cannon took a bronchodilator? Bronchodilator? Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Oh, there's someone here to correct me now. Oh, no. From a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Cannon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Cannon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now, and he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure, but she'd lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you alright, milady?
I'm all right. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad. But after I cry a bit more, I'll be all right.
Cannon regretted his poor choice of words. If only Fuka was here right now to say Jessica's name. Did he really say, "Are you alright" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This is why he couldn't become human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Cannon understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Cannon had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for all the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Cannon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. Mouse-san! For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice.
I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while?
I won't let you be alone.
Huh?
I won't let you be alone. So I will be in the corridor. Please call for me at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit.
Yes. Excuse me. Cannon bowed once again and closed the door. So it seems like Jessica is taking this a lot harder this time, which makes sense because her mother died as well. I don't know if that's because she cares more about her mom than her dad, or if it's just both parents at the same time. I'm gonna guess it's that. I'm gonna guess it's because she lost both of them and there's no like support parent to rely on right now. That is my read on this so far. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. As Cannon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person.
You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture.
You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. But those scoffing words approached Cannon from behind. She's here! When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica.
There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. One is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them, and yet it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean?
How could I know? I don't even want to know. Is it killing her parents? Because, that's what you did.
It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica. After all, you're furniture.
Very good cackle. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me?
Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me.
What did you say? You don't mean... Milady is going to be... Ooh.
I need 2 who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The 2 of you truly are convenient.
Wait. Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight.
That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you can't become human. Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit that you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I'll kill her.
Why?
You idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims. However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more.
Oh,
If
shit.
it amuses me, I can kill any number of people. So I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can in the furniture.
At that time, Canon definitely heard Jessica scream. When he... Ooh, is this new music?
Mm-hmm.
When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing, and the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. Not a bad description. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady!
Canon-kun, help!
Canon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Ugh. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. Yeah, I was about to say that. It's like the asthma attack, like, personified. But when Canon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair.
Canon-kun, Canon-kun.
It's okay. Well, there's still life in me. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Come out, Beatrice. Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Canon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Then, she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Canon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation, and plus, it was more fun.
Now everything fits to the plot. Now you're carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with green onions? Untranslatable joke. Beatrice!
Please stand back. I'll protect you, milady.
When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster?
She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. Well, I hope they don't form a cliff. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. What? From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground.
What is this? What the hell is this?
Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. I don't recognize this beard. Who's this? It was the bite of wisdom seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. A goat man? Fellow gym bro? Like, wow, okay. That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served, but its face was wrong. It looked strange. Yeah, it was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had two horns. It was the figure of a goat-face attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. Balor's gonna have a field day with Goatman. No, you went too far with Goatman. I'm sorry. Like that. No, I don't believe that now. Way too far. Way too much magic. Next round. Okay, no Goatman. Beatrice like crossing it off her fucking list now. Okay, too far. But there were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch and was after her life. And apparently the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Canon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture, wanting to meet its master's expectations.
Well then, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture. This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget that your furniture, got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone.
The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Canon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Whoa, holy shit, that was loud.
What the hell is that?
Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. Isn't that like the Master Chief's sword from Halo? That's what it looked like to me. After all she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Canon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. What is this darkness on the screen here? The atmosphere, maybe? Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall.
What? It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Canon, let's have a look at your blade.
What? What? What?
All right, I need to go resolve a bet really quick on
fucking
on the betting site.
Furniture cutting noises. What is this?
Never resolved a bet before. I'll have to do it later.
All right, Mouse, who do you want to voice in Steins Gate?
I don't know what anybody in Steins Gate is called.
McKeezy. You want to voice McKeezy?
I'll take whatever you want to assign me.
Can you say I don't know if ghosts aren't real, it's a different field?
I don't know if ghosts aren't real, it's a different field.
Right on it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, what's this?
Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet.
A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses.
Cannon-kun, what?
I didn't want to show you.
So, you've taken it out. How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for?
Does that mean Shannon has one too? Do all the furniture have? What does that mean then? Like they're part alchemy? Like they've been made with magic and they have things? Huh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that at all. Okay, I don't know if I like this yet. Let's keep going and see. Be silent.
So, you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath? Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue. Is that how you are now?
There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you've had to reflect your image off the surface of the water. Not a bad line. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time, but it doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So... Oh, that's why he's always holding his hand like that! He always knows where it is, so until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection.
I like it, Cannon. Begin, furniture.
Oh, whoa, holy shit. Battler just shaking his head somewhere.
Oh, what a beautiful curve.
The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and just for an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis.
Am I dreaming?
Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. Oh, blood! A strand of red had been left on Cannon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly.
Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't quite returned yet. Cannon-kun, stay strong.
It's okay. I won't die just yet. Oh shit, he's dead! What the?
Sliced him.
The curve drawn by the goat attendant's blade drew a large arc in empty space. Cannon wasn't there. He was behind it. Go back and await your master's return. Die. Nothing personal, goat. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Cannon come from behind was the check, and also flipping the chessboard, and press and press and press and press. Use 7 moves and make it make it mate, not make it matter. Perhaps
Mate.
the perhaps the goat attendant had even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Cannon had been magnificent.
So it couldn't win against a handmade piece. It seems you aren't quite that pathetic.
You're next, Beatrice! The instant Cannon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter. She turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Cannon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Cannon.
You've provided quite an entertaining show. Out of respect for that, I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind.
Don't lie. I won't let you kill Milady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live.
You can't even do that much. Don't speak, furniture. Be silent, furniture. Know your place, furniture. Cannon-kun isn't furniture. Oh? And what makes you think that? I don't need a reason. Cannon-kun is Cannon-kun. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Cannon-kun has his own way of living. That's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself. You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture, that he can't live his own life because he's furniture? That's wrong.
Milady, you mustn't provoke her.
No, I've got to make this clear. Cannon-kun isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Cannon-kun rushed to save me of his own free will, and he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you. He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have. That means Cannon-kun's human. So take it back. Don't you call Cannon-kun furniture again.
Lady. Poor Cannon. The triple cackle.
Be silent, human. Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second twilight after all. Now, I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust.
The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Okay, what are we doing?
I'm gonna give you a minute.
What are we doing? What are we doing, story? Oh man. Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm locked in. I'm good. Go ahead. I'm good. What are we doing?
I'm here. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? As you command. Another weirdo's shown up.
It took Cannon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value.
Wow, I must be lucky to be given such wonderful prey. You scared? How cute.
Giggle E. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you.
You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, Kay. Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Come on, answer me, cutie.
Don't call me cute.
Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot.
Ooh, what is this? Oh, shit. Milady.
I couldn't follow it with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you right.
Kenan's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Kenan's back. So, she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, which we will hear. No, we're not, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted.
What's wrong, Canon? Milady Jessica just got killed while you still lived, didn't she? Yes, that's it. That face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. How truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die. Make me laugh. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Wrath.
Oh, there's more! Alright, it's Satan. Hi, Satan. How are you? Hi. Welcome,
Hi.
Satan.
Hi.
Welcome, Satan.
Okay. Hey, Satan of Wrath.
Okay, so
right
so all of the stockades have an anime girl version. Okay, all right, that's what seems to be it. Okay, how many were there again? She said 7. Were there more than that, or even though she said 7, how many were used last time? Hold on. There were no stakes used in the first round in the shed, and then how many people died after that? I can't remember off the top of my head. I think stakes were used for Eva and Hideyoshi, and for Canon. Was there a stake used for the 6-toed corpse in the furnace? I can't remember that. Maybe not. And then there were the 4 at the end. That's already more than 7, I think, by my count. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Satan of Wrath, right here. This prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtain on his stage. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down. But since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage.
I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again.
Before I do this, I just want to let everybody know that Joe was supposed to read these lines according to the original schedule. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it. Come on, let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really, really good with that hot, fresh blood in that warm chest of yours?
Satan's so gross. Satan's so gross. She's so gross. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. Excuse me? And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. Not again. Is that how he did die from the chest last time, I think? Mm-hmm. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. What if you get a pawn to the other end of the board, though? Canon landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you.
Don't worry about it. You were really cool.
Canon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini.
You know, Canon-kun, you aren't furniture anymore.
Yes, I was. Too late. In realizing that.
I wanted to ask you what your real name was.
It's Joe. My real name is... In his last moments, Cannon wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Cannon's real name, which he had protected until today, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I became Huma. Those were the last words Cannon left behind.
Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead.
After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Cannon's corpse. Ooh. When she did, Cannon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead. However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. So that was a, are we going backwards? That was an interesting scene. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just call it interesting, and let's see where it goes.
You don't have to be diplomatic just because I'm on stream, Joe.
I'm always diplomatic, you know that. I see. So it has begun. Yes.
I can take over narration here.
Okay, alright. So I'll be Kinzo, Genji, and anyone else that shows up that's appropriate. Okay.
Cool. Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once.
Goda and Cannon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. Actually, one second. I just want to see... Okay, so because we went backwards, or they haven't discovered them yet, the corpses aren't here. They're not dead in the log. But I think it's because we went backwards. Okay. All right. So just real quick. So far the first death has been the same except for the first round of deaths has been the same except for one. These two switched, and now the second death, instead of it being these two, no, the first round of deaths was completely different. I'm sorry. It was Goda, Shannon, Kyrie, Rudolph, Kraus, and Rosa. Okay, so yeah, but instead of being Eva and Hideyoshi died second, it's been Cannon and Jessica. Okay. So because this group, except for Natsu at the end, died eventually or pretty soon after, these two died second. This is a really big change because if I remember correctly, Cannon and Jessica were alive pretty late. Cannon died in the basement last time. The third or fourth? Don't correct me, by the way, Mouse. I'm trying to get there on my own. Okay, so third or fourth, I think, in the basement with the furnace, and then Jessica didn't even die, or if she did die, she died right at the end. Okay, so Jessica's death is easily the biggest thing that's different, along with Natsui's death, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got it. Not explaining it all that well, but I think I got it. Okay, sorry. Goda and Cannon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Oh, this time he's actually giving information about this too. That's different. Should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Petition chat to rename the Weeb's Gambit into the Weeb's Roulette in honor of Umineko. All in
Ooh,
favor?
I like it.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh shit, sorry.
What should we tell Rosa-sama?
Didn't I say they should pass the time as they please? They can sing if they want, dance if they want, they can leave their cares behind, they're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If that's too boring, then they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. Kinzo, what the fuck are you cooking? That's the answer to the mystery of humanity. Oh, it's a Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, alright.
Oh, true, actually. Yes! My apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at this sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much.
However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You have done well serving me until today.
Your words are too good for me. But,
We are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. Seriously, do you both have swords too? Really? We stand ready to serve you no matter the time. Until the very end. Oh, it's back. I want to tell you about everything. Shannon, I'm going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe it for me. Nanjo's happy. Please, Genji, my usual drink.
Huh? Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green, evil drink. I'm ready.
I wonder what that drink is. Hold on, I'm paranoid that I'm off cycle with the chandelier toggle. No, I'm good. I got it. It's a pro streamer. Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in search of those players' thoughts. So, should the game record my life? Game record of my life or game record my life? I think game record, right? Game record of my life. Lead those in the future to go on a journey and search for my thoughts. Yes, definitely. Okay, humph.
For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back.
Master, here. Ah, yes. Thank you, my friend. Well then, if I'm to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? It must have been at the end of the war, so... Info time? Info dump?
That's Battler, so you can take that.
Okay. We took enough... excuse me. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda-san said after he got back, right now, Kanon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung.
I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now.
Live Nanjo reaction. Okay. Rosa-san, there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation. I agree with Dr. Nanjo. Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health. Let us return and make some black tea.
Yeah, I agree with that. Battler-kun, George-kun, are you ready? Let's lock up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyway for when the police come.
You're right. Oh, George is here! Battler-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived, and what I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint.
Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Ooh.
Sorry, I need a second.
Ooh. Ooh.
Come, Maria-sama. Let us return. It's cold here.
Some of us are professionals.
Not me, father, mother. Thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kirie-san. Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that just made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did this, no matter what. What is this? What a repulsive scribble. Did the culprit draw it? This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about that creepy scribble for the first time. When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprit. So supposedly, the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something?
This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that? Ouch! Hey! Don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh?
Maria, go on. What does it mean?
It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord," in Hebrew.
It's Halloween, not Thanksgiving. Mistake. Sacrifice of Thanksgiving. So they killed father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle?
Calm down, George-kun. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart.
And it looks like there's some English written here. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it. And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria-chan, but the Virgin Mary. In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. No, George, no. No. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria?
Yeah, something like that. The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning?
What do you mean, a special meaning?
Well, okay, I am interested, maybe it just hasn't come up yet or whatever, or she hasn't had a good moment, why Rosa hasn't said she's met with the witch. That's suspicious to me. And she hasn't said why she was here already last night, because I think it wasn't here the night before that they had the meeting. Because no one asked, I guess. Someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations. Okay, here, now is the time. Well, hold on, they might have left after the scene was ended, so maybe not necessarily. But now would be a good time to say we were here last night, if Rosa's being completely forthcoming. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. Oh, hey, Nanjo. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all that effort. And that leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place, where we found the 6 corpses?
This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it. They want you to do the ooze. Can you do the ooze? I'll do the rest of her lines. Just do the ooze, please.
Ooh.
I came here once too. Got in lots of trouble.
We'll trade ooze. You do this one.
Ooh.
An important chapel. He never wanted you to go in there because the corpses have been there for years, just waiting this whole entire time. Does it have some connection to the Ushiromiya head family?
I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several times. But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God.
As far as I know, the master has never come here. We even call this the Sealed Chapel, and I found it eerie, like a haunted house.
Even though Father never approached it himself, for some reason he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year. It felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment.
That's interesting. Okay. And even so, it's called the Sealed Chapel. It's like Dark Souls. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but that doesn't that sound pretty cool? It does. Oh no. Oh no. I'm literally him.
Just died. What's the
I'm literally Battler. Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of grandfather's, right? Have you heard anything about it? I did ask about it once long ago, but I forgot exactly how he dodged my question. That's right. I believe he said something like, "Shut the fuck up, Nanjo. Someday perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there, but unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come." What does that mean? What would he do in the chapel? He couldn't meet his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be root cause of the current inheritance problem. Not sure if I'm reading that badly or there's a mistake. Doesn't matter. Then what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction.
How do you know that?
See, it's clearly written over there. Wait, look right there. Look! George and Nikki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not that good with English. What is it? This door is opened only at probability of... Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the two lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it went MBTQ, so... What? How many did that mean? I think, Anyway, this is incredible. Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close. It would really be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo-san who loved using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got the chance. Hey, come on, can everyone read it? Someone tell me what it means too.
You've got to at least learn English. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ow! 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 Ow!
Mouse on stream. Mind your own business. So, what's written there?
Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed. Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Ouch!
Nice job, you can shut up now. Rosa-san, did you have Maria take English classes? Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The Sealed Chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago and was grandfather's mistress. This is just my imagination, but perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice, huh? Are we just having this conversation in the rain, or are they standing under, like, probably the door? Yeah. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle, then now that the grandmother's dead, he can marry her openly. And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right?
I don't think that story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that Father still loves Beatrice deeply. Also, even though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought that Father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely.
By the time he built this chapel, Grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. but he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle. And he thought that if that miracle occurred, they could be married here. He did all this just for that, and he's mad at his kids for wasting money? Holy shit, Kinzo, I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well, even though he knew the chapel would never be opened. It's a story of tragic love. Even though Goda-san was even bigger than me, his words were touching. He's 5'11". Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo-san was quite the romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt. I wonder. Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right? So much for being the sealed chapel. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, didn't we just go in ourselves? That wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, click, and we're in. We're in. That's all. This is ridiculous. Huh? Shit.
What? Then, what does that mean?
What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What is the matter, Rosa-sama?
Hey, Goda-san, the key to this chapel. Didn't Genji-san say it? He said there's only one.
Oh, here we go. Alright, the locked room mystery being set up, huh?
It took you all way too long to figure it out.
When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Yes, that's right. There's only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's treasured chapel, so there's only one, with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but...
That's right. And Genji-san said it had gone missing. So someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria, and they did it yesterday.
What the? So in other words, isn't that strange? Sorry, I was expecting some elaborate thing in other words, but in other words, isn't that strange? That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. Well, what do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. In other words, me neither. Would you explain it for us? Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know.
No.
They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession.
There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. There's no doubt.
Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock, and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again.
Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked. But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's care. And that happened yesterday before noon.
Okay, clearly this cast has not watched The Lockpicking Lawyer. Like, come on, there are other ways. What did you say? But that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning, when Rosa-san unlocked the door, this chapel was a closed room. How did they get those 6 people in here, and then how did they kill them? Unless it was actually Maria's envelope that had the key, and she knew that, and she like opened the wax really carefully, got the key, and then she went into Maria's room, switched the envelopes, then pretended to get it out of her bag, then put the shot put ball in her bag. Okay, could they reseal the letter after opening it? I guess that's possible. Another envelope? Anyway. Oh, here we go. The deaths of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle in the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of this puzzle out. But that was all absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room, but our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock it up again? Okay, I'm getting mad at Rosa. Whoa, here we go! What are you trying to pull? Again. A closed room again? Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? Don't take me for a fool.
If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind. But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender. You keep trying to explain it all with humans. Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. Come now, how will you undermine my defenses? What trick could a human have used to defeat them?
It's just like the closed rooms last time. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made, any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out.
That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see? Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning? This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking. Who do you think you are, lowly human? Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplace's demon, you incompetent fool? Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you.
Okay, more information then, please. Oh, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place. If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too. It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed room, just show how someone could have gone in or out, and you're done. But it's impossible to prove that this is a closed room. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved.
So, first you stopped thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this. Very well. If that's your move, then I'll accept it. Continue.
First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel's a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there and I couldn't find a way in or out except for the door. Really? But that just means I couldn't find couldn't find one. It doesn't prove it was a closed room. There could be a secret door. Yeah. If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely. Or maybe one of the windows could open or something. In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that let you into the closed room. And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel, there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible.
Oh, so you'll use that logic. How naive. An expected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? That's what you think. In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any closed room murders that humans have built over the last century.
That's a good point. Oh, better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of the mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave.
But I'm different. I have given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only had to bring someone a demon to prove that they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like.
Sounds great. Dad and the rest use a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. How do you plan to beat that move?
With this. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
Huh? Dumbass. The door was locked, so how'd they do it?
I opened it with magic and invited them inside.
That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. That door can be opened with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way.
Perpetual check. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would put a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You'll either accept me and submit to me, or you'll deny me.
If I remember correctly from chess, it has to be 3 moves in a row, does it not? If it cycles, or is it less than that? Is it 2 or 3, chat? Chat's probably gonna know. It's not really important. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish.
I like that attitude. So, I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us.
Oh, a new rule? Updated rule report? I'll bet it's something that'll give you an advantage, right?
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information. And if you're then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me.
Okay, I love it whenever these two are on screen together. These two are so good. This is so entertaining, these two together. You said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer?
Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red.
What is this? Keep explaining.
No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and by rejecting the source. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'd be happy to give you the information and sources you so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals. But that won't make a game, so I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth.
Including
There's
this.
absolutely no need to doubt it.
Huh. So it's a game now. Are you telling me to believe that?
This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play.
Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule. I also believe her for some reason. Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. Then let's start it up again, continuing where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest use a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it.
Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
Is there any proof?
Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red, and when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. They will simply be facts and the truth. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes with magic, so for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face.
Battler, it wasn't in red. Call her out on it. It wasn't in red when she said she used magic. We're done. Checkmate. GG. We win. We win. Okay, so when she says that they came through the door regardless of whether they were alive or dead, that's probably... Okay, I like this concept of lying even though you're telling the truth. So, Wheel of Time does that, I think, right? The sorceresses in that they're not allowed to lie. It's one of the parts of the spell that they do. Or is it just the vow? No, it doesn't matter. So she could be saying that regardless of whether they were alive or dead, they definitely came through the door because they had a meeting in the chapel. I'm starting to doubt now if it was actually the right background or maybe they just reused it or not. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 95% sure it was the chapel. So she could just be talking about that when they all went in there and had their meeting. Okay, all right. Oh shit, hit the microphone. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happens. Since you can do anything with magic, damn it. Talk about an unfair game.
So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. I unlocked it with magic. How will you get around this magic, this closed room?
The key! Genji-san and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key.
Only one key to the chapel exists.
Okay, this is good. Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire, a tool for picking locks, a lockpick.
What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right?
Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe there's like a smaller... There's a smaller door in the bigger door. Maybe it's like one of those big doors on a castle that have a smaller door in them. It's also possible that they remove the hinges and then remove the whole door before entering.
Is this the best a century of human wisdom can manage, battler? When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic, right? Is it about time for checkmate?
Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, a secret one.
You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door.
That's screwed up. The door was locked, but it was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it? How? With magic, you say? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout that you resign. When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king. So do you resign? Then announce your surrender and knock your king over by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes.
Damn it. It's useless, useless, useless. So I can't win against the witch. This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage?
That's the one thing that'll never happen. Either I will surrender or you will. There can be no other resolution. What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both? Hey, 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 what a disappointment. What a total letdown. Wouldn't you say, Ushiromiya battler?
Damn it. What should I do? What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Ah, damn it. Getting me into it, too. After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate. Come on, music. Music, start. Don't give up, Ushiromiya battler. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, then if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kyrie-san said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around.
What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it clearly.
Enough babbling. You're just refusing to listen, so I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game.
Oh, very well. It is your turn after all.
I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me. It all comes down to this.
Please do give it a try.
I've been focusing all this time on how they entered the closed room of the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How is the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room?
Here it comes. That thinking technique humans gave birth to over the course of a century. Give it a try.
Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this
Does
man...
this man intend to reverse his defensive posture?
Yeah.
Impudence.
Wait, hold on. Was that from her perspective in her
It was,
head?
yes.
That's
Yeah.
new. Okay. Huh. That hasn't happened before, I don't think. Okay. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait. The question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. Yeah, there's some envelope shenanigans.
My, but you're dragging this on. Do try and get to the point.
It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key's been unusable since midday yesterday, so we've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact.
You should look at the pin. You should look at the pin.
And as we all know, in red, Joe is a weeb. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key.
Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that it was the key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside the envelope given to Maria was a fake.
If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. It wasn't a fake, as you suggest.
I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely that same key to the chapel, right?
Oh.
See what I'm getting at? Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel, and that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. This is the suspicious part.
So, is this what you're trying to say? That when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake, and then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing?
Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice-sama? You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh?
Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato will do.
Oh, we're in. It's your turn, Beato. The turn of the Golden Witch. Let's see you dodge this.
Very well. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria.
I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. If you can't say it, then say you refuse. Check.
I refuse.
We got her. We got her! I spun it around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beato.
I have a reason for refusing. It regards the definition of the phrase under her supervision. In its purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red. Nothing more.
I'll bet that move hurt. And your face tells me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm kind to women. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. I'm not canon. It's time for you to repeat it in red if you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope.
I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason.
That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it. It's that you can't explain it. That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The key to the chapel really was in the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it. It's check again.
Not yet. Not yet. I removed the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope.
Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the one Aunt Rosa opened are the same thing.
That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing.
Huh. It's useless. It's all useless. That doesn't even matter anymore. I expected more from you. I figured that if you were a bit better at reading between the lines, you'd resign right there. So I'm disappointed. You've betrayed my expectations.
What?
Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time, it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope.
How could I? Against a lowly human.
I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. This settles it. This is the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed to someone else's hands. Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole, the assumption that the key wasn't used but because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate. Meanwhile, in the other scene, Goatman anime battle with Canon being like, okay, how are we gonna explain this? Well, it could just be a guy in a suit or like some fucking like other magic that I will believe in, but not yours, that was just powering this fucking like furry avatar with a salt demon that disappeared as soon as it was killed. There's no magic and it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans.
In that case, who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time you try repeating it.
Someone in chat said furry from Fiverr. That's right. I'm making you repeat things all the time. I probably have to answer every once in a while. But I refuse! My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that this is impossible. This impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands. I've smashed your closed room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. It's not my burden, because I believe in humans, because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible.
I give up. I resign. Just once, for this skirmish, I'll give up. But you really are naive, battler.
Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like.
Since you continue to deny my existence, you'll eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you'll have to suspect those relatives that you can't stop loving. In the last moment, when you have to suspect one who's beloved to you, then you'll surely accept my existence. True, you've defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all, Ushiromiya battler. This is a good break point.
Yep. Okay, that was a really good scene. That was a good scene. Yeah. Are they like how many more episodes until they're having these arguments like while making out?
That's spoilers, Joe. Rosa and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. So many things had happened since early in the morning. Of course they were high-strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed, as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. so even if she was dazed, she would probably look just as she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock. Of course you've contacted the police, right? What should we do in a time like this? Oh, what should we do?
Please, calm down and listen. It seems the machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones.
What? Then, until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police. Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George-kun and Battler-kun too, so I have to stay strong. Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others, so she'd always been treated as a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings, and she'd built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away, even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative. I'm not a child anymore, not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered the phones were down. Genji and Shannon, who she'd sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. She'd planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo, and in fact, if she did meet him, she would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George-kun and Battler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink. Thank you. Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she'd spent her younger days in and should have been full of memories, seemed somehow different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. It was a single fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. It was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then, it came to a rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. If someone not in the know saw it, they'd probably assume it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading toward Kinzo's study.
Oh no. Oh no, she's gonna ride her in maybe?
So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There are still many, many pieces left. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of that morning had all been a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless, and she seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry, so she casually made a proposal. It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself with some warm black tea.
Indeed, that is an excellent plan. I agree as well.
How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah, yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we have some delicious-looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf.
Uh-oh. Kumasawa-san, that's... Yep. Yep.
Of course, she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear. Battler-san, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, truly I didn't.
No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if that culprit is still on the island. Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come.
Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stop coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes.
It creeps me out. You think so, Nikki? Me too. And that's even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not. Yeah, that makes sense. My bad. Indeed. We've naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be certain she is the culprit. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found. When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa Bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid most. I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there and ruin my calf steak that we had last night. Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it, us. It's probably safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it. The culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. Okay, so this is, from what I, almost verbatim actually, hit the conclusion he came to last time about the shed. So this makes me think that he is not meta battler all the time. Again, just building like a framework in my head. I think that this is just whoever is talking right now, this is the first time they've gone through this on the island. That's my guess right now. What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies. Beatrice-sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. No, milady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Kennen-san is looking after her. They're probably in Milady's room. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers.
What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Let us remain calm, says Nanjo. That is not yet certain. But unfortunately, we can't deny the possibility exists. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch. And if we don't solve the riddle of Grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family, or something like that. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? As
they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking.
If you don't want to die, try finding Grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madame always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually existed. True. We just saw some of the gold, didn't we? Supposedly, they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed in it, I understand. Oh, so maybe that's why. Do you remember? Yeah, here, George is bringing it up. There we go. Can't believe he's still single. On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real?
Excuse me, please wait. Just now, did you say there were 3 gold bars?
Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what?
I happened to hear Kraus-sama say something once. Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on secret discussions, no indeed.
Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars?
Yes. According to Kraus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that when you set out the corpses, you put 4 down. That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Marusu a mountain of gold that let him take 1 bar back with him, or so the story goes.
That 1 bar came to be in Kraus-sama's possession, and he said that no other gold supporting the master's legend of the gold existed.
You're talking about Uncle Kraus here. So what does that mean? No, wait, 3? Wait, where did they come from? That's too many, right? Perhaps there is another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found 1 each, and they brought 1 of them here, and they each brought 1 of them here. No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel a suspicious weight back then. Oh, fuck off, Goda. Come on, how could you know that? I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would know. No, but it didn't seem that way. Maybe someone, like, you know, is pumping some iron while they're on the island. You don't know. Same here. At the most, there was some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kirie-san's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rose's luggage also looked pretty light. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them, or maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can. Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph, which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away? Yeah, that does make some sense. There are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me. Or right off the battler. And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how were they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprit's already found the gold, and is telling us to try and find it too. Maybe the culprit found those 3 like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true, and they're trying to make us search for the rest. I think that way fits the best. The pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now?
It was written down, what you wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting. Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold. All she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not. Though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it.
So are you saying you can solve it, Maria?
I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. Ouch!
So that's a no then. In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria, tell us. Who is this Beatrice? What is she planning?
You know, Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And of course it can create sweets too, right? You saw, didn't you? At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek.
Whoa.
Stop talking about that. Battler-kun and the rest will take it badly. That's you.
Ooh. Ooh.
Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned. I don't know what ooh means. What about yes?
This one's yours?
She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes.
Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh.
This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold, and yet dignified. Completely different from how she'd seemed before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun. I couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. Is Battler? I don't know.
And Rosa, what is... Oh.
This is father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. Everyone should understand. The culprit is still nearby. We don't know what might happen.
I agree. Does that mean you saw Kinzo then, or was he gone again? Interesting. Okay. All right. So just for me to get an idea in my head, can't remember if the clock moved forward. So this is, or me doesn't have to. So Shannon and Genji were upstairs in Kinzo's study, writing the story that Kinzo was describing to Shannon, transcribing, and who knows how long they've been doing that. And I think that's what was going on while we were in the chapel with Battler. And now they're done, or they're taking a break maybe, and Rosa presumably went up there and got the gun. Maybe she asked Genji to get the gun out of the study, or maybe she went in there. I guess we'll find out for a second. Okay, I think that's the timeline in my head. I don't want confirmation mouse. I was gonna say if it's not important, confirm for me, but I don't want to go down that road. It's fine. I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety.
Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. For now, we should all try to stay together as much as possible.
I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them.
I guess this is Battler narration now.
Okay, even though I'd said it myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene all alone? Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits? I agree with Rosa-san. It probably is good for us to stay together.
Yes, I think it's good too. Yes.
Maybe it's about time we called for Milady and Canon-san. That's right. Let's have them come down. Probably still Battler? George and Nikki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda-san shook his head. That's right. The phones are down right now, aren't they? I'll go with a couple people. If George and Nikki and Goda-san come too, that should be enough.
No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in balance while gathered together like this, then maintaining the situation will be safest.
A wolves and sheep puzzle? Like with the boat, right? Ew.
I've got it. I'll show you. Maria, turn off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica-chan's room is. Let's all go together.
Yes, I will guide you.
Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions.
We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back.
I'm sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him.
Transcribe? Shannon.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
We headed for Jessica's room, with the armed Aunt Rosa and Genji-san in the lead. Jessica and Canon-kun were a boy and a girl of about the same age. Yeah, we know. It sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time. Oh, or at least this is definitely Battler, or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension, so it definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that.
Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out of us, right?
No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. And Aunt Rosa was a mother too. She probably also thought that, if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. Okay, why is Kinzo different? Okay, that's weird. That's the weirdest difference to me so far. Because shouldn't Kinzo's actions be the same? Why is Kinzo different? Presumably Kinzo ends up in the incinerator in the basement, the furnace, in the other line. But here he's just still hanging out in his room, and by now he had vanished. Why is that different? Why is it different? I like that Rosa is kind of has the gun again, and it's similar to what Natsuyu is doing. Why is that different? Why is it different? That makes me think that one of the killers is different and did something with Kinzo and like faked that body, because there's no way after the toe line that it actually is Kinzo's feet in there. What a sentence. What a fucking sentence. Don't cackle while I'm theorizing. What's this? What is this? Okay, move it on. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons, or with numbers, or with the magic of a witch? In any case, I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa.
Everyone, stop!
Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards, and immediately realized the reason.
What is this?
Everyone, get back! Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room. This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn. What the heck? Is that another magic circle?
It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors.
Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning, but it didn't matter what that meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay. But that doesn't matter. Are Jessica-chan and Kanon-kun safe? This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs. Milady, are you there? Please answer. Goda-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked.
There's no helping it. Please open it up.
Genji nodded, and Goda quickly unlocked the door with the master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. That's spelt wrong. Fix it in the edit. So if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be... Jessica-sama!
What happened? Is she there?
Jessica! What happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda-san's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. Does that mean Ava and Hideyoshi saw the goat in the other line? Oh, I would have liked that. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on. Oh shit! Jessica!
How horrible. Dr. Nanjo.
Inside the room, which seemed elegant for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon, with some kind of occult meaning. This is horrible. She has passed away. This probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica! Damn it.
Battler-sama.
I was naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and then just sneak away and hide. were stunned then. We thought Jessica-chan giving into rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her.
Goda-san, why did you leave those two alone? If only you'd been with them, something like this...
No, that is... I said it was dangerous, so we should return. It's just that Milady said she wanted to be alone. Kanon-san told me to leave it to him, and... Speaking of which, where is Kanon-san? That's right. What in the world happened to Kanon-kun?
Kanon-kun... where...
Kanon-san should have been with Milady. Where in the world did he go? You don't think they got him?
Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet.
There was a chance that Kanon-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. Oh yeah, Beatrice, like, levitated it and put it through, like, some invisible portal. Okay, yeah. As at Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together. But there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Maybe he is the culprit battler. Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Kanon-kun.
Quiet!
When Aunt Rosa... Is it? Yeah, it's mine. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell instantly silent. Oh, I wonder if he's going to be in the furnace. Ooh. She was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could that be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then, she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up.
If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this?
Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure. It is probably the key to this room, to Milady's room. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room.
I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket? Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school, because she didn't want someone like Kraus-sama to look inside her room. I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had? Can't it be opened with your master keys?
They can open it. Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that how we just got in here?
How many master keys are there? Are all of the servants holding them? Are there extras?
Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder.
There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly, saying that was careless, so they should have been dealt with.
That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right?
Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me.
That's probably right. I love that they can just show up and talk at any time. That's really good. That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe in magic using closed rooms, it'd really hurt you if there were more master keys than we thought. After all, every time a trick involving locks shows up, I plan to resist by arguing that the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past or a duplicate.
Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each.
Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about?
Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica-chan, or at least one of their accomplices.
What? What did you say? Who is it? Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Kanon-kun, do you?
Huh? What? Why Kanon-kun? This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica had. But Jessica-chan's key was closed up in here, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up.
It is as you say.
In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key, and there are only 5 people with master keys. Oh my! It wasn't me, not me! No, I can never do such a thing! Kumasawa-san got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica-chan and Kanon-kun when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying I visited Milady's room? And did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Yes, no such thing. What about you, Goda-san? You said you left Jessica-chan in Kanon-kun's care and returned. But I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the 2 of them, hid Kanon-kun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face.
Nothing of the sort happened. I, Goda, swear that I did not do anything like that. I swear on my calf steak.
It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and... Yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. That's backed up by what I heard from Father. The 2 of you were in Father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that.
So she did speak to Kinzo. Okay, thank you very much.
In that case, the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda-san or Kumasawa-san. I thought that myself right after entering this room, but still, I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica-chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange?
Strange, you say?
Jessica-chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say it all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say that was Kanon-kun, do you? I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica-chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica-chan was very panicked. It's easy to imagine that, after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump. It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in her room. And those particulars match with Goda-san's story. Jessica-chan said to leave her alone. Then Kanon-kun, who's of a similar age and may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. That feeling is also very understandable. So for that reason, I think Jessica-chan welcomed Kanon-kun into her room. But what if it had been Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have let them into her room?
I believe that I have gained Milady's trust. So I like that Rosa has rapidly switched to a different mode here, and I don't know why. I don't know if some of the other character writing in the Nada game so far has reassured me, but it makes sense to me. It's because all of her older siblings are dead. It's kind of what Natsui did. She's taking charge. She's letting another side of her take over. Maybe that's where the battler genes come from too. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I like it. But they've done it twice now with Natsui and now Rosa. Pretty good. But even so,
Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assumed Jessica-chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken?
No, I'm sad to say that I may not have been accepted by Milady. What about you, Kumasawa-san?
We are far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well, and for the same reason, perhaps Milady never opened up her heart to us. Right, Goda-san?
Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open her heart to the likes of us, and it would be inconceivable for Milady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Is it me or you right now for narration? Is it me?
I think it's you.
It's me, yeah. Goda-san and Kumasawa-bachan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo.
So, it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica-chan's room while she was grieving, a person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key. That only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Kanon-kun. please, wait. Canon-kun definitely wouldn't do something like... Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kumasawa-san suspicious after all? Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. I could never... It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it wasn't me.
Of course it wasn't me either. The ones who had close relationships with Milady were Kanon-san, and after him, you, right?
Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica-chan might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with father, but in reality, could you be the culprit?
Shannon couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say she was doing some important work with grandfather?
Yes, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji-san is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone?
After being told that, no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, then they'd have to offer the name of a different suspect. And no matter who that suspect was, it would have to be someone right here. No one could do something like that. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. She seemed so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. Oh, there we go. The story's acknowledging it too. No, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of danger we're in. The danger? Of danger we're in. Or maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us.
It looks like no one has an opinion. Then I'll give you mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Canon-kun's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule him out as a suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it. Canon-kun killed Jessica-chan.
No way.
I can't believe it. Canon did that? To Milady? That's too much.
I feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Canon-kun as the culprit.
Then is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me who's more suspicious.
Kumasawa-san.
It wasn't us.
It wasn't us.
If it wasn't Canon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? George-kun? Huh? Huh?
Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon-chan and George and Nikki, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Canon-kun, but if they did, they'd have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice, but she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit, despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic? That's a dirty argument. Dirty, so dirty.
What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right?
So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice. She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it, damn it.
In the last game, I learned all your weak points. So what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you can use Canon as the perfect sacrifice he is. Canon killed Jessica. If you support Rosa's theory, everything's settled here, right? Canon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead. And you won't have to suspect anyone in this room.
Damn it. I won't accept you. But Canon-kun being the culprit is impossible. It's Nanjo! I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you can never be too cautious.
Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that?
Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Canon-san as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is a possibility that he's the culprit. And I believe thinking that way is safer.
Oh, yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious.
The general consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. True, no one actually thought Canon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected.
That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's legend of the gold. That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold, worth several 10 billion yen, all for themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us. Ugh. Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica-chan alone. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit.
Sorry, that caught me off guard. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying, but no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present.
There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they're already no more than a corpse. The same goes for Kanon-kun. Until we catch sight of his corpse, he's the most likely suspect in Jessica-chan's murder, so take care. Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it?
No one gave an answer of their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rosa's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone. But if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at that moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Kanon to be the sacrifice. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Kanon-kun is the culprit. I'd heard it from George and Nikki just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Kanon-kun. It was very easy to imagine, and that's why I don't like it. Kanon-kun was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Kanon-kun in. So, Kanon-kun was the only one who could have killed Jessica. I just can't accept that kind of argument.
Understand? Even if Kanon-kun appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Kanon-kun's innocence, we'll assume that Kanon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica-chan.
That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly. Okay, so I don't know how this murder's gonna go, considering we saw it happen. So is that just... I don't even think Battler saw that, so that's just for us. Is that just entirely separate, entirely unreliable? Like something else instead? Like, what is that? I'm really curious about that. I have nothing else to go on, so... Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, everyone nodded weakly. And with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being, they concluded that Kanon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Kanon would think if they could hear this exchange.
Great news.
Jessica was crying. She was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Kanon. It was frustrating, so frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled.
How can those guys treat Kanon-kun like the culprit?
Because there's no corpse.
How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that witch erased the corpse for fun. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's too horrible.
It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end, but I was able to be of use to you in our final minutes.
Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Kanon-kun the culprit with that messed up logic.
She isn't saying I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No. She's saying to be careful.
She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit so they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Canon-kun did it since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that.
It's okay. At least you know the truth.
If only I know the truth, that's pointless. I know it after dying. Truth belongs to human beings, living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Canon-kun risked his life for. Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living.
Sorry, 1 second. Chad is calling them Among Us ghosts.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Damn it! Damn it! It doesn't matter who! Hear my voice! Canon-kun isn't the culprit! Canon-kun's corpse was just erased! Why? Why don't you understand that?
Milady.
I can't stand this! It's too sad! I hate it! This way, it's like Canon-kun died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. It doesn't matter who. Notice it! Notice it, please! Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Don't go, everyone. Please don't let it end like this. Don't go.
Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. For now, they accepted that Canon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the dead, they accepted it. Milady, you've done enough. Thank you.
Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this. Don't keep treating Canon-kun as the culprit. It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica?
It's all useless.
Huh? Battler-kun, did you say something?
Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse.
What do you mean it's all useless? Do you have some objection?
I agree that we've got to stay on our guards, but sorry, I'm not buying all that about Canon-kun being the culprit.
Oh, so you're speaking up at a time like this. If Canon wasn't the culprit and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become?
To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless? I don't know even who we're fighting. Guess I better take responsibility for my own words. Oh no. I'm empty-handed with 0 weapons to argue with. This is like me starting up stream. I don't know what we're doing. Hope it works out, but I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice.
Battler-sama.
Is there some proof that Canon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Canon was the culprit. They really believed in Canon. So they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more. Better think fast!
Then Battler-kun, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda-san? Or is it Kumasawa-san?
Quit it, Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa Bachan well. She'll sometimes slack off when on the job, but she always makes things fun for people. Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it. In fact, all she wants right now is some black tea and some cakes.
Battler-sama.
Junpei-kun. And I just met Goda-san yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there's something I do understand. I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. He's the same as Kurosawa-bachan. Goda-san likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praise his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him.
Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Battler-kun? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by a master key?
Calf steak is plot relevant. Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Kanin-kun to be guilty.
You say you can prove that Kanin isn't the culprit? How?
It's actually simple, and it's something I almost overlooked. Beato? It's Beato, right? Beato. Beato. She's Bay. Okay, alright, got it. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. Kanin-kun had a master key on him.
Oh. Kanin-kun doesn't have a master key on him? How could you possibly know that?
Well, wait, did you just hear us? Or did he say it twice? A short while ago, I heard from Goda-san about what happens, about how Jessica went to raid the VIP room right before she and Kanin-kun went off on their own. Goda-san, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Kanin's honor. I did? I heard him say the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler-kun? No, that's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Kanin-kun, but didn't give it back. So Kanin-kun doesn't have a master key on him.
Is that really so? True, Goda has no recollection of the master key being returned to Kanin. However, she might have returned it when Goda wasn't looking. How does that prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Kanin's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. It's impossible to prove.
It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it? We can search Jessica to see if she sells the key?
No way. So you're saying that's why Kanin-kun didn't have a key on him?
Yeah, and to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Kanin-kun's master key should still be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Moo. Please, be there. Here it is. Is this it? Yes. That is a master key, without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small ooh of joyful voices around Jessica's corpse. That's Kanin-kun's master key. I'll say it again. Kanin-kun doesn't have a master key on him, so there's no way he could have locked the door. And then Rosa goes, blasts Goda and Kurosawa-san away. All right, let's go have some food.
It certainly does appear that way. But Kanin-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed.
Let's give that stuff a rest.
Huh?
Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other. But because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious. So we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. But the one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty, it makes them innocent. Of course, the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone. But if you're gonna conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have some perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. What did your grandparents, like, make you watch and read while you were there for 6 years, Battler? Holy shit.
That's...
I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. Yeah, Nanjo, I apologize.
Battler-sama.
Wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you too, Goda-san. Because of what you remembered, Kanin-kun's been cleared from suspicion. No,
Clap, clap, clap. You take it, I just want to say clap, clap, clap.
It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding.
Well done, well done. Not a bad job.
Crap. Did I fall for that fate piece just like you wanted?
You magnificently proved that Canon at least couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should all have had master keys. With that as proof, Canon was treated as the culprit, but you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion.
In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? So that's the problem we have now. I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted.
I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over.
This dynamic is so good. It's so good. It's so good. Oh man, shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room.
Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. It is on the second floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. However, the window is locked from the inside.
I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand.
Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat?
Repeat it. Canon-kun was killed in this room.
Very well. Canon was killed in this room. But I erased his corpse with magic, right?
Again, repeat it. Canon-kun's corpse is in this room.
I refuse. I can't repeat it. Because I erased the corpse with magic.
Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's gotta be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Damn, where's the mysterious point I gotta find? Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape? I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key.
I also refuse that.
Oh. Wait, she can refuse that because Rosa went out and locked the door afterward. Right? Because she used Jessica's key on the table. So Rosa fucked that statement up then. This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose. Yeah, that's the whole point, yeah.
Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is.
So true. I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories.
Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes?
Damn. It feels like you're leading me by the nose and it pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking.
Of course, this door is the same as the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry. I'll say more. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key.
Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just got to think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Canon-kun. You know what else I like? I like that how he can pause the scene to speculate in the same way that the reader can. That's a really cool connection between protag and audience there. That's really neat. I like that a lot. Canon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Canon-kun was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple, but I'd like to avoid that if I can, because I'd have to suspect Goda-san or Kumasawa-san, or maybe even Shannon-chan and Genji-san. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. I don't. So I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when those feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, but I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder.
It's just as she says. If I just argue that someone with a master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that could open this door... He's even making it harder for himself! He's not using all his options! Oh my god, I'm so this character! No! What the fuck? No! No, 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 no! However, the number of keys that can open this door is limited, and since it's clearly known who has them, using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy. Love her so much. I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory's right, then the question becomes, who could have stolen the key from her handbag? Maria's handbag was probably most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, George and Nikki and Jessica are also suspects. Is George and Nikki or Jessica is the culprit? Is Battler ever gonna get so unhinged that he's gonna be like, well, I could have done it? I know I didn't, but I could have done it, so therefore, it's not magic. Or maybe an accomplice. All of our parents have been killed, right? And yet, one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime. We all lamented more and shed tears together in the chapel, and yet one among us was lying?
That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice, announcing a theory like that so happily.
Damn it. That doesn't guarantee that one of the family or the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example, there's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right?
Let him cook. Perhaps that will do for that situation. By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others. In that case, how is Jessica's room locked? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, correct? So, in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18.
Oh yeah, thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. Human guest? If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone.
If you can do that, foolish man. This wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it. And several people possess such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like, but you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself. Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. You and no one else sealed that door.
So you're trying to say that I've got 2 options. Accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook?
I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well. So, what'll you do, Ushiromi Battler? Isn't it actually simple? Don't you just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died?
Cold. Damn it. If I suspect Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine? That's useless. I can't think of Goda-san as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa-san as the culprit, but I won't accept you, no matter what.
In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key, kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon's corpse without using magic. How could it be done? How could it be done so that you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else?
Hey, Battler, you okay? You okay over there? I resign. What? Huh? Battler-kun, what did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica.
No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much.
No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon-chan. And sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die, and I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative.
No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and a nephew, we have to stay on good terms, right?
Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet, the one who was most separated from reality. Big time skip. Wow. 1 in the morning. Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to say some quick thank yous to people, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it was Iron Wrath with K Legal, last one. Thank you to, hold on, let me make sure. Perfect. Yay. I like my hotkeys, Balder. Thank you for my hotkeys. They're really fun. Thank you to Basic Taco for the resub. Zyre91. Annie for Prez for gifting a sub to Live Chandelier Reaction. Good timing. Thank you, Hentai Hoddle for the resub. Azim Mazeltov for the resub. Jules Kaiser for the new sub. Also, Mobu TV for the new sub. Welcome to both of you. Also, Slandy, or S1 Andy for the new sub. Welcome. Zorgox for the bits, and Gilded Crow also for the resub. I'm so glad you morphed to the idea of Battler going, well, I could have done it. I had the exact same conclusion while reading. Oh yeah, oh, that's pretty funny. I like that. Jelly used some bits to say, this stream is squeak. You're both killing it. Okay. All right. I think that's it. We good to continue? Who's narrating for this one, do you think, Mouse?
This is Battler.
This is Battler? Okay. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd come for our lives if they had a chance. Oh, I also like that Battler wasn't able to speculate there, because the audience also can't speculate, because we saw a weird version of that scene, so there's another way that it matched there. That was cool. Huh. Some dramatic irony going on there. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat had a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit, or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder, but that made it seem like some backhanded method like poison had been used. And for the second murder, we figured those two became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George and Nikki and me, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo, for a total of 9 people, and Kinzo's alive still upstairs, right? Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for... Wait, lunchtime? Oh, God, it's not 1 in the morning, it's 1 at night. It's 1 in the afternoon. 1 at night. What the fuck am I talking about? 1 in the... Okay, all right, mine was way off with the time. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they've lost 8 people by lunchtime.
Okay. However,
disaster.
it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all the confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except safe things like canned food. That's really smart, actually. Holy shit, Rosa. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. Apparently eager to display his skill anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. What if there's poison on the plates? What if there's poison on the plates? At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef's pick canned food lunch combo was born. Goda-san said something about taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. So true, chat? Chat. So true. I see. It's the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different. I'm realizing how unhinged I can get with someone else on here listening to me directly that can answer.
Would you like me to answer, or would you like me to continue staying silent and judging you? Which do you prefer?
You can answer if you want. Yeah, you can answer. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. All right. This is your ooh.
It's my ooh. Okay. Ooh.
Battler, look. This is the wolves and sheep puzzle. Ooh.
As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me. What's this book? Or what's that book? Wolves and Sheep Puzzle? Let's see. Wolves and Sheep Puzzle. It was a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we'd gone to call on Jessica. At the time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was that uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed with riddles. Ooh.
So you have a few wolves and a few sheep, okay? The puzzle is how you take them to the other side using one boat.
I've heard of games with rules like that. So this is a version with wolves and sheep? It was a very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Let's try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in numbers than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say the 2 sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. Then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep, and you've got to shuttle them all across under these conditions. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank on the first turn. Then one wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move 2 sheep to the opposite bank, then one wolf comes back, then on the third turn, you put that last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross it to the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. Partway, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or on either side, but that isn't the problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know of this game using different characters. I know one where there's 3. It's like rabbit lettuce wolf or something. There's a different one. It looked like Maria
there's one where it's like people on the boat too.
Yeah. I wonder how many, if there's harder versions of it. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzles she knew how to solve, and she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one and this one's hard. So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? Yeah, it's like if there's the murderers outnumber us in the group. Yeah, that's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go, and Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. So she was thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was in balance, but that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed. At the time we found our parents' corpse, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She'd sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them. That's no surprise. The murder scene was very elaborate. It's easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits, and because she'd reached that conclusion when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with the servant Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servants so persistently.
You servants, Goda-san is going to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him?
My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group. Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going.
Yes, yes, coming. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Well then, George-san, excuse me for now.
Yes, I disagree with this, Rosa. They should all go together. You shouldn't split into two groups. Something's gonna happen. Yes, take care. Aunt Rosa, could I go as well?
I'm sorry, but would you remain here, George-kun? There's something I want to talk to you about.
Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone.
Hi. Yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something.
Yes, what could that be? The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. I can't believe we're doing dishes in the middle of this death game. I understood. I will go.
Yes, I'm counting on you.
Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke.
Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an Ushiromiya.
Yes, that's true. So you're saying that you've chased out all of the wolves, Aunt Rosa? With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on the sarcasm. She laughed lightly.
Your mind sure works fast, Battler-kun. I like clever kids. It means there's less to explain.
Ew.
Battler's smart. Can you solve this? Page 64 is hard. You can have that one.
Ooh.
Maria, go watch TV for a bit. Mama wants to talk with Battler-kun and George-kun. Ooh.
Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler-kun. I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think there's such a thing as being too suspicious.
Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there's reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it. In the first murder, where Nissan and the others were killed, they were treated very brutally, right? Did that look like something that could have been done alone?
Maybe the mystery guest, Beatrice-sama, worked all night and did it all.
And what about the master key and the door to Jessica's room? Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved?
Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room, so we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. No. Wait. Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa. After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that the owners of the master keys would be suspected. There was no reason for them to go to all the trouble of locking the door. That's right. It's just as Battler-kun says. There was no need for them to go to all the trouble of making themselves look suspicious.
Yes. That's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and locked it without a master key. But that's impossible, right?
Yeah, it was in red. Yep, that's right. Yep, if there existed some trick that could lock that door without a master key, that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. Wait, hold on. She said that there was... Is there a copy of her room key? Because she didn't specifically say that. I don't know why there would be. That would be kind of strange to me. But is there multiple copies of her room key and not the master key? If the culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one, this trick would also be effective at giving rise to paranoia. but there was no way to lock that door without using a master key.
How can you be sure there's no way to lock that door without a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof like Rudolph Nissan was talking about earlier? Maybe it was locked by some method we can't think of. Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown trick being used.
That's true too, I guess. So is that it? No smoke without fire again?
I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we make the assumption that Canon-kun was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily, even as to why there was no corpse.
Huh? But Canon-kun didn't have a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Canon-kun shouldn't have been able to lock the door. I see. So that's why he told us to search in the closet and everywhere else right after we'd enter Jessica's room. Aunt Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act.
The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief.
Ah. George and Nikki realized she was referring to Aunt Eva and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm. I'm sorry. Could you explain it so even I can understand? Canon-kun's master key was in Jessica Chan's pocket, closed up inside a closed room. Oh, what's the line gonna be like when Eva is the surviving parent and everyone else is dead? She's gonna go just eliminating everyone one by one until she knows for sure. Holy shit! After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put it in her pocket from outside the room, no matter what trick he used. That's not it, Aniki. If it was done the way Aunt Rose is thinking of, this trick could have only been used by Canon-kun. Plus, the door could have been locked without using a key, while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket. And it would also result in his corpse disappearing. What? With the other key and a bunch of strings? Like, what were we doing? How? How could he lock the door without a key?
It's simple. George-kun, when you return home, you lock the door, right? You twist the knob, click, and then you're done, right?
Huh? Could it, oh, so it has a different locking mechanism. Oh, okay, okay. Could it be? No, but Canon-kun was nowhere to be found. It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Aunt Rosa was searching in the room. Yeah, I think Beatrice did say specifically that it can only be locked from the key on the outside. That was part of the red statement. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. She was searching for Canon-kun, who had locked the door from the inside and stuck the key in Jessica's pocket, before hiding somewhere, waiting for us to walk right past him. It was the simplest kind of closed room trick. It meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then, I wonder if that's what happened with Hideyoshi and Eva then. Then all he had to do was get out after those who discovered the body left, and the closed room murder would work perfectly.
When we searched that room, we didn't find anything. But for all we know, that room might have had a hidden passage that only the servants knew about. We don't know where such a thing might have been hidden, but if we assume there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him.
Well, about that line of reasoning, I thought of that too at the very beginning. It's the kind of reasoning I hate most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start.
Canon was killed in this room, right? You apparently suspected that Canon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat. Yes, I understand.
So this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there were actually 3 people in that room. Jessica and Canon-kun were victims, and the culprit, the guest Beatrice, was also there with them.
You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see. A bizarre theory that suits you perfectly.
I guessed that you killed those 2, then locked the room from the inside. And then you carried Canon-kun's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used the secret door to escape. But you told me it in red. You said no kind of hidden door existed in that room.
Indeed. There can exist no secret passages that you are all not aware of. Was it Knox who said it, or was it Van Dyne? It seems that in mystery novels there must never be hidden passages. I simply followed that etiquette. So even without having to thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy.
Damn you, talking so big. You ask her to define secret passage, like the way she had to define Maria was watching over the envelope. Define it, define it. Damn you, talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing.
Indeed. There are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door in the windows.
Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident in is wrong. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. If you, the witch, say, there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled. However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door, which is kind of like one step away from like saying, Rosa, I have a magical way of knowing information, and she's like, well, how can you, I don't buy that, prove it to me. And he's like, well, I can't prove it to you, but I still know. That's so good. It's a devil's proof. Damn, it sure is convenient being a witch. No way. To call Canon-kun the culprit because of a hidden door we don't even know exists. I can't accept that.
If you can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. There is none. I've been thinking this whole time. There's no other option. George-kun, you and Shannon-chan are close, right? I imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits. Even I don't want to believe that Shannon-chan is in league with the culprit. But whether they're all in it together or not, there's definitely a culprit or maybe an accomplice in that group. That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand.
If you guessed there were wolves besides Canon-kun, does that mean the uproar you caused by accusing Canon-kun in Jessica's room was to gauge the reactions of the other servants?
Yes, that's right. And as a result, I began to suspect them even more. There certainly is a wolf among the servants, certainly. And, just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they may be docile most of the time, they'll surely attack if they get the chance. Jessica-chan was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version of the puzzle, they may not attack when there's an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different. Depending on the situation and the number of people, they'll attack even if there's a balance, just like when Jessica-chan was killed.
Then there's something that makes me mad. If that's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you? We should go to the kitchen right now, too, no matter who may or may not be a wolf. If staying together means we remain in balance, then we should keep it that way.
Shannon-chan went to see father along with Genji-san. At that time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed. Was it because Genji-san wasn't a wolf either? Wrong. It's because they were both wolves.
Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. I can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt Rosa. I demand that you take back what you just said. I hate saying this in front of Aniki, but the way you're arguing feels just like something Aunt Eva might say. It's like you're automatically assuming that you're right unless we can counter your argument. Looks like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa.
Even I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But guess what? I'm a mother. I'd become even a demon to protect Maria's safety. I really wish I could shut myself away somewhere alone with her. But I also plan to act as a mother to you two. Right now, you're practically my children. Even if you aren't my own, I won't forsake you. No matter what.
Well, thanks for that.
I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Stay where I can see you at all times. I will protect you.
And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself?
Yes, I can.
That's a quick answer. How?
With this. This is my proof.
Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. I could fucking kill you right now, but it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of that gun felt like an eternity. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa? Well, you're not dead, are you?
Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Would I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left? I could just shoot you, bang, and then think of a fitting excuse later. Something like, Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us. I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice.
Well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense.
There's something Kraus Nissan used to say all the time, long ago. Might is right. Maybe that really is true. I'm sorry, you two. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning. You know how I normally am, so I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. But please understand. I want to protect you from a malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler-kun, George-kun, let's make up.
An unsatisfied expression rose to George Niki's face. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit, but in our current situation, that was a little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? It seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. I quickly forgot that 19th person, the guest Beatrice, who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. I heard she greatly resembled the witch in that portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island. So I've been subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us, just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?"
Where's your proof?
Shut up. No more talking. There were 5 humans. Do you want to read this one or should I read this one?
I think you can keep reading unless you want me to take over.
No, it's okay. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goto was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. But Goto thought she was being too cautious, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goto should wash them, since he'd been the one who wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place, but they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The game had still only just begun, and because the opening game of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specified pieces in a specified order.
That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food.
It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I'm making enough for everybody, so please, eat. Of course, I will also taste for poison. Please feel secure and eat.
That really is a nice aroma. Goto-san, the food you cook really is delicious.
Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special. My master taught me that a true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand. That was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll get to enjoy some truly delicious soup. Although it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all of the family members to eat. I'm sure Rosa-san is tired after everything that happened this morning. It is only natural.
But thanks to that, we get to drink some soup made from delicious ingredients.
Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume that poison was mixed in with the food. The mood at the time had led them to agree, but hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that. Okay. Just to give the Halloween table, like, yeah, you know what? We're hungry now, though, so like, who cares? Ironically, we've ended up with a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but seeing that it would violate Rosa-sama's instructions, you had best give up on that idea. It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so.
Skillfully taking a breather when no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it?
When Kumasawa cackled, Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that, in the space where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged, and then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day, or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first, that sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them, but they soon realized, right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor, so who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what that sound meant.
Who could it be?
The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around, and come up to this back door. Then was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left the study, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon and come to the back of the house where only low-class people ever entered or exited.
That wasn't our imagination, was it? Oh.
Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door. Someone in chat is saying, can you check the description of Kill Jessica and Cannon if it's there? Yeah. Good call. I forgot to do that. Found in her room in the mansion with a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into her back. Finally, at the very end, she got to be with the person she loved. She must have been happy. There's no corpse, and yet he's dead. The witch said so in red. So he definitely is dead, even though there's no corpse. Interesting. Fearfully looking at the back door. Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed toward the butcher's knife that sat on a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and rain outside. Genji-san. Yes. Stand back, Dr. Nandro, and the women. Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationery box placed near the chest set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for statements of delivery and bills, but it was still a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Okay, so it can be human Beatrice, Kinzo. What? The shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. That human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood.
Cannon-kun? Cannon-kun!
Canon? Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo? It was Cannon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched in bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned his face up, there was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there by a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there.
This is horrible. What should we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit?
Cannon-kun, place your hand against the wound. Please push firmly. Let's carry him to bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand. Come now, Cannon. Wait, what? What exactly did the witch say? Did the witch say that he died in the room, or did he, or was dead in the room, or that he was dead? Because he can be
She
dead.
said he was killed in the room.
Killed in the room. Okay, so killed in the room doesn't mean he can't be resuscitated afterwards, right? Depending on how he was. Or you can't trust the red. I don't think they would make the red untrustworthy. Okay, interesting. Come now, Canon-san. Please hang in there a little longer.
Hang in there. It'll be okay. So don't take your hand from the wound.
At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa-sama that we have found Kennen. Wait, not Rosa-sama. Please wait. Kennen-san said, not Rosa-sama.
What do you mean, Canon-kun?
This is no time for that. Let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Rosa-sama yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Kennen.
Yes. Eek.
He had told them not to tell Rosa right after appearing in the state. This could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him. Quickly, quickly. Kennen's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious. This is horrible. He appears to have been stabbed by something like a spear. If it hasn't reached the lungs, I might be able to do something. At any rate, we must stop the bleeding. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood, he couldn't do it. He couldn't wipe it all away. And each time the wound was aggravated, causing Kennen to cry in anguish. It's been hours too, hasn't it? What the fuck? What's going on? Huh. Okay. I'm good.
Canon-kun, hang in there.
Dr. Nanjo, here's a new towel. How horrible. What is his condition? In all honesty, this is so severe that I cannot believe he is alive. Maybe the location of the wound was fortunate, but the blood loss is too horrible. A blood transfusion is necessary, but that will be impossible until tomorrow. Cough, cough. Rosa-sama. To us.
Don't talk, Canon-kun. Your wound will open.
Rosa-sama came to Milady and me and what did you say?
Rosa-sama? Did... Whoa, could that mean?
Are you certain? Yes, I'm certain. It was Rosa-sama. Come now, don't speak anymore. Kumasama-san, please grab another first aid kit. What the fuck is going on? Genji-san, is it... Yeah, it's still how it is. Okay. Genji-san, is it possible Rosa-sama did such a thing? I do not know. Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because if what Kennen had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to Milady? I'll kill you. I will kill you. Kennen screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes. Certainly, Rosa-sama may have had a reason to kill Milady. If everyone in the Ushiromiya family were destroyed, the inheritance would all go to Rosa-sama. If so, Battler-sama and George-sama are in danger. Not only is Rosa-sama holding a gun, but right now, they are the only ones in the lounge. Genji-san, isn't this situation quite perilous? Shannon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Nanjo also has thoughts. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. She might find it if she searched the rose garden, but they've probably all been lost in the rain, in this wind and rain. That's right, the boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room. That. Did some medicine take effect at the brink of death, or was Cannon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least Cannon's painful gasping had subsided. Nanjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign, and he didn't let his eyes off Cannon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Cannon's hand and kept encouraging him so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Genji and Goda seemed uncertain how to respond to the truth Cannon had risked his life to deliver. Rosa-sama's gun surely has 4 or 5 shots loaded. That is no small number, but loading cartridges into a Winchester should require quite a lot of practice. She might be able to get 1 shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We may have a doctor on this island, but we have no access to medicine and no hospital. If the location of the shot is bad, that person will die. I understand that, but more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's a chance another crime will occur. It seems to me that Rosa-sama managed to cleverly chase us out. Maybe George-sama and Battler-sama are being killed right now.
If our foe is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much?
But tomorrow is still a long way off. We can't even imagine what strategies she might use. Genji-san, we should take action first. If we can at least steal the gun under some pretext, it might work out.
There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not? That means there aren't enough to kill all of us. As long as we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Rosa-sama wouldn't be that rash.
No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Is this person just like a master of disguise in some way? Like what the fuck is going on here? No, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Alright, she said she'll massacre all of us. Okay. Cannon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. Cannon looked firm and steady, which relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of that wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Cannon might have easily have lost consciousness, and yet, somehow, he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. Was it youth, or was it tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life surpassed common knowledge. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure there was no foreign objects inside the affected area, and the great depth of the wound had shocked him. It had certainly reached as far as his lungs, and yet, no, but the fact that he's still alive is wonderful. But Cannon had spoken clearly. He'd hatefully stated that the one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over. Whoa! She wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes, so that she can have the master's wealth all to herself. She told me that clearly. Damn, what a person. Genji-san, what should we do? Are there any weapons we can... I find it hard to believe, to think that Rosa-sama would say something like that. Genji-sama, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not. She told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Don't get up. You'll harm your wound. Cannon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Cannon's story. She'll definitely kill all of us. She must have killed everyone in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, we'll definitely be killed first. Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first. Kill or be killed. In Umineko, kill or be killed, or kill or be killed. Oh, it looks like a heart. Cannon-san, does that really not hurt? Oh, this? This is nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't even hurt anymore. It's really nothing. As Cannon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed.
Cannon-san.
Oh shit, sorry.
You mustn't do that. Lie down, quickly.
I said it's fine. Hey, see? This is nothing, right? Cannon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflexively. Look, I told you it wasn't a serious wound at all. Stop, you mustn't play with the wound. Come on, see? It isn't a deep wound at all. Look. Look. Kennen held up 2 fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them in the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went in deep all the way to their bases. Squish, gloop, bloop.
Cannon-kun, stop it! Stop it!
Those fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases, and then he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. The fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red. You... What in the world? See? It is not a serious wound at all. See? I can't do the cackle. At that moment, the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Cannon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nissan, where'd you go? I'm on the verge of death here, so where'd you go?
That's right. I went to the boiler room. There was something I had to find. More importantly, there's something I need to ask you. Are you really Cannon-kun?
Huh? What? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Cannon, so they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Cannon, drawing closer to his feet. What is that?
It's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it.
Why would you bring something like that?
If you're Cannon-kun, you should be fine. But if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might not like it.
Hold up, let her cook. Are you kidding? Why would I hate spiders?
Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon.
When Shannon brought that handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. Then, from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew three beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo's and Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths, and then the blood really started spewing out. The third purple curve should have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there, because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in an attempt to understand this scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Cannon jumped and kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch. Nice reflexes, you senile old furniture. Goda. Oh! Even Goda was no fool. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would be in peril. He's a loose cannon. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing up against the wall with all his weight and physical strength. Oh, whoa! Let go, fat ass! Another purple curve was drawn from the tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand. And when he raised that hand like a sword, aiming for Goda's back, there was a loud thunk, because Cannon's raised hand had been pinned to the wall. He couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under normal circumstances, it would have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully, but in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind.
Genji-sama, take this.
Indeed. Genji took the handkerchief with the spider web stuck. These scenes are like from a different story. What's going on? With the spider web stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife. Stop it. Keep that away from me. Stop it. Stop. Yeah. When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Kanon's face, there was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course, the smell was the same too. As he was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black and crying out his death throes, Kanon's body burst open and scattered. It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. Okay, so was it Beatrice or one of her minions that used the same magic? Those butterflies began to softly fade as though into water, or rather into the empty air itself, and afterwards all that was left was the 3 survivors sitting on their butts, stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, spurting out blood themselves. Oh, now Rose is gonna think these 3 killed, because she's not gonna believe that supernatural, like, red-eyed demon put his fingers in the wound fucking Kanon killed these 2 with a purple fucking magic sword. She's gonna be like, what the fuck did you do? Oh shit. Some of them were lying on the ground spraying out blood themselves. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo. Slits so sharp they looked like they cut your finger if you touched them open wide, and large amounts of blood kept pouring out. What was that just now? Goda, have you been injured? I am fine. But what did we just see? What happened? I know I pushed that thing against this wall with my own hand, but even I cannot understand what happened. Goda looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle with Kanon definitely remained, and yet Kanon was nowhere to be seen, because he had disappeared. It's like the mark Beatrice gives people. He had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered. Goda kept screaming alone, without a clue about what was going on. Shannon sobbed in front of Nanjo's and Kumasawa's remains. Genji watched over her, silent as always.
Ooh, perfect break time.
I know, right? Well done. Well done. Good time. Well timed. This is why you run the schedule.
Furniture pussy got me acting unwise. I have a restraining order filed by the IKEA company. Ha, I'm smoking that golden witch pack. Got me thinking fucking magic is real. I would enact a heinous ritual for a crumb of the Asmodeus. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were... What on earth are you talking about?
Ah, Shannon. Thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you,
George-sama. Ooh. George-kun, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before your very eyes, right? Did you see the culprit? Or not?
That is, how should I explain? Genji-san? Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us. It certainly, happened right before our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. However, it was, what was it? Even I don't understand.
What are you saying? You couldn't have met anyone except the witch, Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since yesterday, or Kanon-kun, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? You should be able to tell me at least that much, right?
Aunt Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if 2 people were taken out right in front of them. Goda-san, Genji-san, there's no need to rush. Tell us what happened, one thing at a time. As to that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much. And it seemed that it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own eyes. But when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up. Shannon, did you see it? When Dr. Nanjo was attacked?
Yes.
Tell me, just what you understand. What in the world happened?
Someone came to the back door.
That's right. Someone came to the back door. Then, wondering who it was, I opened the door.
Someone at the back door? Who was it?
Let them finish. And after that, that person was stained with blood and had a large wound. We carried that person to the servant room, and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound.
Like I said, who are you talking about?
I don't know. Certainly, in the beginning, I thought that was the case. No, I still think that, but what in the world was that? I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd just seen a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, so the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts.
Genji-san, you saw it, right? Who came in through the back door?
At first, we believed that person was Canon.
You see? He was alive after all. My theory was correct.
By at first, you mean that your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, then disappeared. At that time, he was definitely not canon. Yes. The scene wasn't canon either, that's right. It's just as Genji-san says. You really couldn't explain it with words. Do you have the same opinion?
Yes. I can only say the same thing.
If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rose's first conclusion was correct. Cannon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. And after that, something terrifying had happened. So were these people so convinced that Cannon-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing, that they'd started to suspect whether it had ever even been Cannon-kun at all? In other words, that means Cannon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they middle their words, that's what it means in the end. So does that mean that, after all, Cannon-kun used some trick to escape that room even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa had claimed that Cannon-kun was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they tried to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason, it felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I'd been wanting to do too. The witnesses have been unable to figure anything out, but they've been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. But it was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go to all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies.
We will all go to the servant room together. If we all move together, it'll be safe. Maria, stop playing with scribbles.
Ooh.
Not scribbles. I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle. Ooh.
Beatrice's puzzle? What's that? Show me too. Aunt Rosa, are you bringing Maria-chan too? It seemed that George and Nikki was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But considering that Maria would be all alone if left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. In the end, it was just Nikki's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us the idea of the repulsive sight they've been trying to describe. Ooh.
I want to look too.
Maria-chan, wait here with me. George Nikki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas, her retinas, with the repulsive blood in this room. That was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me.
Huh.
Where did they... Right after they entered the servant room, Goda-san and Shannon-chan trembled. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to make them tremble again.
What happened? What is it?
Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that had made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. Are the bodies gone? Hey, what in the world's going on? The two bodies aren't here.
What does this mean? That can't be. Those two were definitely here.
Wait. What the hell are you saying? The corpses just walked off somewhere? That couldn't happen, right? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked? Didn't you unlock the door when you came in just now, Goda-san? So what does that mean? Isn't this the same as Jessica's room? Someone's disappeared from inside a closed room again? That's ridiculous. I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked it. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same. Two corpses disappeared. And furthermore, they disappeared while the door was locked. Even if Kanon-kun was the culprit, he shouldn't have a master key anymore.
That's wrong. Kanon-kun isn't the culprit.
Shannon. I believe Shannon. Kanon-kun is not the culprit. This must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him.
No. Kanon-kun could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica-chan's corpse. And who took that key?
That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume there are two culprits, this can be easily explained. The first person was Kanon-kun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined there, they waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then later, they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two corpses away for some reason. Wouldn't there be a blood trail or something? If they then locked the door with the master key, you'd end up with this closed room.
You constructed that one pretty fast, basing it off your reasoning from Jessica's room. With that method, you could create a closed room even without magic. Should I give you passing marks? However, interestingly enough, there's one thing you mustn't forget. If the culprit took back the master key as you suggest, they must have known that Nanjo took the master key from Jessica's body.
You don't have to tell me that. You're probably trying to say that it's information only the people in that place at that time could know. Huh. This third closed room was crushed so fast that you're stuck trying to make hurtful remarks like that. There's no art in repeating the same content over and over. I may have managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurts. The move of the witches hurts bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. This person's trying to close in on me from two directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. And on the other hand, there's the rear attack, where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. In the first closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room, and now the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect, and she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago.
I will not abandon my frontal attack. A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the front. If I were to degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means have become my goal.
Really? Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using that red you're so proud of?
There's no need. The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed.
Oh really? You refuse? So someone really is hiding?
Rosa will destroy your premise right now. Come, let's listen in.
Please believe us, Rosa-sama. The two corpses were definitely lying here. The bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something, and for a while stopped moving. Rosa-sama, we definitely aren't lying. The two corpses were definitely here. Be quiet.
Be quiet.
Sorry.
Be quiet, Joe. The person who hid the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place. With this.
Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. What on earth is that? Could it be a letter in a sealed envelope, just like in the chapel?
Yes, that's right. It was set out here, in the open. I'll read it. Members of the Ushiromiya family and its household. Have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's epitaph? There is only one way you can all stop me, by solving the epitaph's riddle. There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my ceremony. I humbly ask that you take care not to misunderstand your current situation. Searching for me will prove useless. Attempting to escape will prove useless. Trying to deny me will prove useless. Signed, Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed these two corpses for my ceremony. They'll be returned to you in due time, so I crave your indulgence. Also, these keys belong to you, so I return them to you now.
As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. They were two master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key. What the hell? So what does that mean? Damn you again? You're saying I can only suspect the servants with keys again?
I won't say it in red, okay? I won't deny the possibility that after they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room, okay?
If they hid under the bed, it still would have been possible for them to carry the corpses somewhere. But they wouldn't have been able to lock the door. The master key they went to all that trouble to get was left right here. That's right, I'd forgotten. What about the keys specifically for this room? The servant room keys.
Indeed. Those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant's room. There are several servant room keys, but all of those are inside the key box.
Which means the situation is exactly the same as Jessica's room. It's not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept that they're all kept in the key box.
And the other conditions remain unchanged as well. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window. Therefore, hidden doors and irregular methods of entry cannot exist. Rejoice, great detectives! And those were both locked. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they're locked, so it wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is still set. And obviously, it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or the master key. It's a pain having to read all these aloud every time. Sooner or later, I should think of a word to put all this together and abbreviate it.
But you can't repeat that someone was hiding in this room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a closed room. Ah, damn it, damn it. It's useless, it's useless, it's all useless.
What happened to that spinning the chessboard around thing that you're so proud of? Please announce your boastful, strange theory.
Spin the chessboard around. What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere, I leave a letter, I lock the door from the inside, then I just have to escape this room by some means. Damn it, is that even possible? I was told in Red that you can't get outside except through the door or the window. Ah, at that moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer. Beato. Beato?
Beato.
Beato. Oh god. Beato. Beato. Okay. Before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors that you're using. Yeah! Finally! Define a hidden door! Yes!
What have you thought of? Very well, I'll explain. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand, of course. Even children know that.
So in other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door? Oh.
Oh. So that's your game.
I kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from the closed room, but there's like a hidden compartment or something. That's wrong. The culprit couldn't escape, so they decided to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried applying this theory to Kanin-kun, but after hearing Kanin-kun was killed in Red, I gave up. After that, I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. And then, for the first time, I was faced with the Red claim that no hidden doors exist. Now, move from there to what I've just learned. That term, hidden door, refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, and even these things could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. Heh, how pathetic. It was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that'd be enough. Kinzo eating dominoes again? The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in this closed room even now, which means at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. And that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment, we've actually got the culprit in checkmate. I'm finally starting to see it. Eat this, Beato. Repeat it. There is no one in this room other than us. By us, I mean me, George and Nikki, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan. Got it? What do you think? You can't say it, right?
Ooh.
I'll bet that hit you where it hurts. If you refuse, then say it, damn it. Here comes the next one. Repeat it. I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if they are, then this solves the second closed room, Jessica's room, at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. With this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll spin it around. I think she's gonna say it. Now I'll have her repeat that.
No one exists in this room except your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon.
What?
Let's go back to Jessica's room. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room. Whoops, the corpse of Jessica is also included. Therefore, both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of. No one is hiding. And I'll say more. No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key. Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside. And let me also say this. You are incompetent.
Cackling in red? Oh man, dumbass. So, it's really a closed room, isn't it? And just when I'd finally managed to think of a way out. If you were hiding, that would fit everything. Just when I thought I'd broken through your trick damn it. Ah! It's useless. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. For a second, I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so I was so sure that I'd finally seen through her, that I had seen how she'd distracted me with her very clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I'd found a light in the darkness, it disappeared. Just disappeared. Swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Red. Red. Red, red, red. No one is hiding, and there's no hidden door, and no way to get past the door or the window while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack? Impossible. That's impossible.
What's wrong, Ushiromiya Battler? Weren't you so confident in your ability to deny witches? Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like that? Yes, what a truly splendid tactic. Truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in a sea of tears from my own laughter. That is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right? Ushiromiya Battler.
Damn. What are you calling magic? I'll definitely prove that witches don't exist. I definitely won't believe in you. You used the power of magic and bullied and killed everyone for fun? I definitely won't accept that.
Hey, Battler. Sorry for bullying you so much. I'll spin the chessboard around from my side. I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you could make. Wanna hear?
Don't screw with me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
Consider Jessica's room. You were off to a good start, you know that? All that about hiding and waiting for everyone else to leave, that truly was well spotted. But why did you only think of Canon and me, the 19th person? I see, so the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting any further. Come on, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? It's Jessica. Jessica!
If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Canon-kun and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But that's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course, I never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead? No, that's probably, surely, definitely what I thought, but certainly, wait. She was dead. She was dead.
Jessica was in on it, and Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was in on it too. And that makes the third closed room a farce, doesn't it?
Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place? Everyone's in on it. We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa-bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all, that's not all. The servants who all agreed to keep that story, Genji-san and Goto-san, and even Shannon-chan were also in on it. Then, the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could have even been George and Nikki. After all, if Shannon-chan is on the culprit's side, that automatically makes George and Nikki on the culprit's side. Wait a second, just wait a second. They're all wolves. They're all wolves. Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Gah!
That's why I'm here. Come, Ushiromiya Battler, and kneel. Swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes. If you accept me, all of the riddles will be resolved. With my power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed. Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power? I'll make you my favorite furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes.
You're right, chat. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross.
Are you good? You need a minute?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, cool. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt.
Huh? What are you saying?
You kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here. And now we have this letter from Beatrice where she's been kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses off. It's as simple as that. I've had enough of this farce.
As Aunt Rosa yelled this, she looked at all of us with a fierce expression.
What do you mean? By farce? I said it in Jessica-chan's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found. And since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we mustn't accept that they've been killed.
Please wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that?
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san aren't dead, they're alive. We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion, so that they can attack us.
How could you know that? Are you saying that Goda-san and the rest are lying? Rosa-sama, I, Goda, know all of the Ushiromiya family servants. We all swear that nothing of the sort happened.
You all say that those two were killed, but since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe you. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand, that you're lying. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? Find Dr. Nanjo's and Kumasawa-san's bodies. If you can find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story. But until you do, you can't deny that you're all wolves. You! And you! I'll bet you were all bought by that witch, that your eyes were blinded by gold. Do you really want money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to live the easy life for as long as you live. What value could a life like that possibly have? Rosa-sama, we couldn't have. Be silent. And Shannon, don't get any closer. To think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal. I'll pull the trigger without mercy. How could you? It's too cruel.
And Rosa, that's horrible. A murder occurred in this room, and then the culprit carried the corpses away. All they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushiromiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believed that she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this was what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. I didn't have to be George and Nikki to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Shannon-san, stay back. Rosa-sama, it is true that I, Goda, have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not believe in Shannon-san at least? She has sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Ushiromiya family. I'm not telling you to believe me. At the very least, can't you believe in Shannon-chan? Shannon-san, sorry? But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah, bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching for an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Battler's breaking. Shannon and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that. Enough. What Rosa-sama says is quite sensible. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence. That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their innocence would never be proven. This soundtrack's pretty good, huh, chat? I really like the music here. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That could only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and they're then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive, just like a witch trial. Alright, the enemy's a witch, so everything's cool. Is that it?
Yeah.
Rosa-sama, we are furniture in service to the Ushiromiya family. Whether you trust us or not is no business of ours. No matter what assessment you give us, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour.
You really are a model servant. I deeply understand why Father trusts you. It really is heartrending that I must suspect even you.
Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on a nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it only natural that I return it. Genji-senpai!
That's a good decision. Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today. It may seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away that suspicion, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
You too. Genji-san looked at Goda-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid 2 master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated. They kind of look like chess pieces a little bit, or the middle one does. Is that on purpose? Looks like a pawn, right? Huh. With even the final honor, they should have been permitted stripped from them.
Maria, give me that handbag.
Ooh.
Give it back.
Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now you have all the master keys. Doesn't that satisfy you?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You all are happy too, I take it. Now you don't have to be suspected anymore.
Uh-oh. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted so nervously to that laugh and turned around.
Keys don't have anything to do with this. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Huh? What is it, Battler-kun?
I just cut in between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa. Maria was right.
What are you talking about?
Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. I'm sorry for not believing.
Battler?
It was all the witch's doing. The witch's doing. All that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter. It's just that the witch Beatrice actually exists. And she's really a witch. And because I didn't believe, it's been so painful and so sad.
You believe in Beatrice?
Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists, and she's a witch who uses strange magic.
Battler?
Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head.
That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed. You had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her. Witches exist. They exist. And will come soon. You believed in Beato, so you'll surely be invited to the Golden Land. Very soon now. It'll happen very soon. So there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's no need to be afraid, okay? Stay with me, hands joined, okay? Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph together. Let's think about Beato's puzzle. Beato has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than, let's play and solve this puzzle.
Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time. If only we had just believed in the witch. After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We have returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiromiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa-sama, please lock the parlor from the inside.
You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more.
If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure.
I see. We'll definitely be able to understand each other when the seagulls cry.
It would probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police come. Rosa-sama, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time.
Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you're a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of wolves.
Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I would consider it a great honor.
I hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing is possible. This is all a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again. When the seagulls cry.
And Rosa nodded in response. This is very similar to what happened at the end of the first one when they split up in the rooms. Okay. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we all knew. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you wish for some warm food, I, Goda, will have the very best prepared for you.
Thank you. I can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rikenjima.
Certainly. I, Goda, will prepare a supreme breakfast. Please, look forward to tomorrow morning.
Thank you. And Shannon-chan, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee. George-kun?
I'm going with them.
It's alright, George-sama. Please, return to the parlor. There are no more master keys, so if you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. You're right. That's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it? Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be safest staying with me in the parlor. But I won't force you to stay with us. George-kun, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You're already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend the time with until tomorrow morning.
Yes, I will decide with whom I'll spend this night. Nikki. Battler-kun, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor. I'm sure you'll be safest there. Everywhere outside the parlor is dangerous in comparison, so I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not like I suspect Shannon-chan and the other servants, or anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance, the gold, that's all nothing. There's no way people are killing each other over things like that. Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler-kun. No one will blame you. No one. And Nikki.
It's alright. I'll protect you, Battler. If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand on you. I may be small, but I'm still a witch.
Yes, Maria-chan. I'm leaving Battler in your care. Alright, Shannon, let's go.
Yes. Rosa-sama, if you would excuse me. If you have an order, please call me at any time. I'm sorry for saying something so cruel just now. I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow morning. But when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, they're dead. George and Nikki and Shannon-chan left the servant room together. Now, only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until George and Nikki and Shannon-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled as though she just remembered something pleasant.
You can't trust them for a moment. That damned furniture.
That one sentence made me choke. Why are you saying something like that?
There are 5 master keys in all? Who would believe that? It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist, as if we could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets.
You don't mean that, right? But by setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of them. You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it, and in the end, you made them give up their keys. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far, and you still can't trust them? Too much, that's just too much.
It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all? It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that no more than 5 exist. Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, right?
Stop it already, stop it already. Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now and tell Aunt Rosa in red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I'm begging you, this could only be proved by devils, by a witch like you. Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Rosa that those are all the master keys, and that there's no need to suspect anyone anymore.
There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. How's that? No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears. After all, it seems there's still someone who denies that I exist, right? Ushiromi battler.
I accept it. I accept it. You exist, you definitely exist. So I'm begging you, stop this already. Stop it already, stop it already.
Words alone aren't enough. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Take off your clothes, be naked, then put your hands on the ground and crawl. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. From now on, you'll become furniture, so it's only natural that you'll lose that right. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. Can you do it? You can do it, right? When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa there are only 5 master keys. Oh, but of course, you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours. But you've done well, you've done more than enough. And you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. That face of yours is so pathetic. So go look in a mirror. You'll see how low you are, naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it? Ushiromi battler? And that's it.
Damn. That's it?
That's it.
That's it. What an ending. All right. Almost exactly 5 hours, too. Damn.
Yeah.
Good job. Well done.
Hey, you too.
Okay, I'm guessing I can save it. Yep, George is here. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth? Yes. We've told you everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again, and the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. George-sama, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure what it was I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it, and I'm sure I got into a fight too, and yet I almost feel like it was all an illusion. I see. So that's why you couldn't go into details in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble. Yeah, Genji-san. Sorry, I'm not trying to do a big interruption. Just 2 more things. Number 1, I just want to repeat the title. There's apparently a part in today's stream that is potentially dangerous to people who have epilepsy. So if you are sensitive to that, or if you just don't even like that, maybe someone in chat will be able to give like a warning, like I don't know, like 2 minutes before. So just be aware of that. Mods, if any of you know when it's gonna happen, please let chat know, because I have no idea when it's going to be, okay? And secondly, is the sound okay? Now that we're into it? I'm gonna glance at chat in like 30 seconds and we'll see. Okay. Yeah, Genji-san really did handle that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself. George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Kanon-kun was an imposter, you picked up some spiderwebs and came back, right? Why did you do that? Oh, that's right. I was thinking about that as well. Why spiderwebs? I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago, evil spirits lived on Rikinjima, and they, feared spiderwebs. And they say there's a legend that people treasured spiderwebs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused. This is bullshit. When it comes to those old stories, Kumasawa was very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs after all. They're more animals. Yes, it wouldn't be at all strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Tori Shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits, and because the spirit mirror was broken by me, that power came back. That power must be what allowed Beatrice-sama to revive. If I, weak-hearted as I am, hadn't done such an outrageous thing. Get on my level, mouse. Get on my level. Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't believe you for it. Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Tori Shrine was taking it a bit far, but he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking it was just a prank. Thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting, and it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several co-workers. Challenge accepted? Ooh, in the beginning I thought it was ridiculous, but since it would appear indiscreet to say anything out loud, outwardly, I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? She existed. Beatrice-sama was in this mansion all along, but she'd lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She did exist all this time, it's just that we couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji-san's opinion. Is this just like mass hysteria? Okay, I know there are like legit reports of mass hysteria, right? Like if people are in a stressful enough situation that they especially if they're isolated, they can start to believe, like, and actually truly believe that they experience some things that didn't happen, right? Like seeing 6 people die in that like really fucked up way. Like, I wonder, maybe that's why they start off with such like a brutal, like holy shit, so many people are dead. Look at this, look how grotesque this is. Like, be paranoid of everyone. Like, I wonder if it's just trying to like induce mass hysteria. That would be an unsatisfying answer. I don't know why I'm looking at chat, but yeah, I agree with you actually. I hope it's a little bit more than that, but I wonder if that's part of it. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time there were... Oh, it's like being Battler again. It's like, okay, like, well, I don't like that answer. That's kind of unsatisfying. So you know what? I'm just gonna believe in magic instead. It's like no, that's probably it. Because if it's not it, then yeah, I guess there has to be some sort of level of spellcraft going on, right? I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time there were 5 of us in this room. Then I thought that Canon had returned through the back door. After that, we carried him into the servant room. Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. I mean, give it time, they might be at the back door soon. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourself. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Canon-san, but it got up from the bed. And that's right. When it started to grope about that wound in its chest in that manner, I felt sure that it wasn't Canon-san, but something else. I doubt you'll be able to understand, George-sama. The terror of that moment, when the person I thought I knew well exposed that it was in fact someone else entirely. I can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled. thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything. Goda-san! The witch who whispered these things to you loses her powers if that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sank to the bottom of the ocean. Well, I doubt picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again. Let's go down and get it! Ha 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 ha! What have I done? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little bit of pain in her heart. Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the Tori, I have heard that Madame keeps the spirit mirror as a charm. Really? Aunt Natsui? Yes, I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic. A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think. I have also heard the same story, something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. Ooh, lightning when we talk about the mirror. If we had that spirit mirror, could we resist Beatrice, since she's a witch? This is just giving her more power, George. Huh? When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the Tori were where it was kept are gone now, but the important thing is that there's still another spirit mirror. I've heard that Aunt Natsui's family is descended from Shinto priests. Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I'm sure I've heard Madame say she keeps it in a treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think it's a size problem. Turns to George. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant-looking thing. If our opponent is a cult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. No! Opposite! No! Sitting around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. So this story about Natsui's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like, let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it'd be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her. Maria-chan told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go. To Aunt Natsui's room. But I think Madame's room is locked. We returned the master keys to Rosa-sama, and even the key box in the servant room is now locked away. In that case, Aunt Natsui should have had a key on her person. Aunt Natsui's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later. Yes, we needed the key to get into the room to get a mirror that's magic to repel the witch that was killing us all, officer. Okay. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. Haha, Goda-san, can't you break a single glass window with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock. Would it really be okay to break the window of that important chapel? Okay, what's gonna happen here? I have a sense of foreboding. When grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushiromiya family today. Gee, I wonder why. I've got to get them to accept my engagement to you. So I've been prepared from the start. Let's break the glass. Then let's borrow the key from Aunt Natsui's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Aunt Natsui's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know, but I think it's worth trying. So let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Quickly! To the George Mobile, Shannon, get a flashlight. Goda-san, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty? Yes, sir! The servants, who had been rejected by Rosa, gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case she changed the batteries. Okay. Goto is testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose, but now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Thick-feeling? Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. Genji-san? I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me as the head servant of the Ushiromiya family if we were all gone when an order is given. But Genji-san, you're being dumb. Even you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now. I cannot go. I must remain here so that the master can call for me at any time. Genji-sama! Go and obey George-sama. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goda, I'm counting on you to set an example. Yes, leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. Well, Genji's dead. You sure about this, right, Genji-san? Yes. I'm already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owe the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell on the chessboard that he played Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. Interesting. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? Glass shatter? No. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off and was trying to secretly chase after them. Did he just Witcher knife throw? It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly flapping its wings was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. Alright, Genji's based. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon, but no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him, before time killed him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. I didn't know what it was anymore, and even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Didn't know what it was anymore. I didn't know what was... Sorry, I didn't know what was what anymore. Sorry, the sneeze was distracting me. Can you boost the VN volume a bit? Peak is approaching. Anyone else want me to do that? I could possibly turn up a little bit. Sure. I'm furniture. Yeah. I'm a furniture. No. It's the options I want. Okay, so you want music up to 15 or 20? Okay, up to 20, okay? Stop talking about Pete coming. They say that for every scene. They say that for every scene. Don't worry about it. I'm being told I missed an important announcement at the start of the stream. I watched Twin Peaks, Jelly, and I'm so owned. I'm so owned. I'm so owned. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, and so we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. Jelly, oh yeah, Jelly. We should talk about if you want to come on and read some of Umineko at some point. I'm already in DMs with you, so I can just bring up in DMs, Jelly. But yeah, we spoke about that earlier in the stream. Yeah, I didn't doubt that there was some riddle. Oh, by the way, is it too loud now or what? Want it down to 15? Music too loud? Okay, 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 okay. We had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, it was a little I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were the lines going from the first to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. Hold on, hasn't the twilight thing been busted? Six chosen, tear apart. All right, on the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. When did that happen? Fourth twilight, maybe it did. Fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Nope. It was the neck. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. I mean, like, the neck is between the head and the chest, so maybe that's fine. Maybe it's like a gray area. I don't know. Huh. I wonder if did she take the corpses and then gouge the head and gouge the chest somewhere to make it fit? Is that important, or is it just flavor? IMO, keep the music and voices the level they were at and just the general VN volume in OBS instead. I can't turn that up. Oh wait, no, I can. Hold on. Okay, there you go. I put it up by 4 decibels. What do we think? On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel and Jessica and Ken and Kuhn's murders. If those who remain, though, if this was being followed, we still had to prepare for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa Ba-chan's corpses still haven't been found. However, if this follows the pattern and there's sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, I still think this is kind of like some sort of referring code where you have to go through and like find out what the twilights mean in respect to the epitaph itself, and then like you remove something from here, and it kind of like spells something out in some way. Like, again, these seem like instructions or directions for what's happening rather than a riddle to solve. So I think the first stage of the riddle is to figure out how it is even a riddle. I think maybe that's why my mind is going to this sort of thing. Gouge the head and kill. I did paragraphs before, right? I did like 1, 2, 3, 4. No. What was the line I thought I was doing? I was like 1 and 6 was the first one, so it'd be 6 word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 through, and the second one would be 2 through you, something like that. Is it lines though instead? I'm gonna run out of paragraphs. Lines through second to... That's through who? Third? That doesn't even have anything there. All through twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Key? No, no. However, if this follows the pattern and their sacrifices for the fourth and fifth twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state with their heads and chests. Okay, Battler's doing it now. Okay, cool. So we can expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed. Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough. Hey, Maria. Ew. What was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd given up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I'm sorry this is obnoxious, but I just want to check. Did we even read Rose's letter? I don't remember that being opened. Do you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Oh right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. That was the one on Jessica's furniture. Members of the Eustrian family and its household, have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold epitaph? Okay, and this is what we found in the servants' room, did we not? Yeah, I borrowed these 2 corpses from a ceremony. When did Rosa open her letter? Is that just implied to have happened during one of the adults' discussions, or what? I don't remember Rosa opening the letter. I guess right now that's the assumption I'm working with. Okay. Yeah, okay. For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it will all be a wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beato's ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die. Really? Isn't that rule just something she made up? Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it and... Ooh. She won't go after it. How can you be so sure? The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers. Then why is she Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing? Yeah, that's a good question. Risk is essential for magic. Oh yeah, that is true, yeah. Kinzo said that, risk. I don't really know what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. So what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposefully giving us a chance? Wrong! That's how magic works. No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak points. No, it must have them. I don't get the stuff you call magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand a little. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big, and the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. That's right. And Beato really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone, so if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us, life, the witch, and the ceremony too. If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise a hand and cry, I got it, tell the witch our answer, and see what she says? Ew. I don't know about that, but if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all that from Beatrice? Ooh. What? No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it all the time. We're not doing it all the time. We're not doing it all the time. So if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust to chance, like in gambling. That's right. There's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet, this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move, so by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking real. That's true. In the Nickelodeon hit show Smart Guy, the smart guy main character was really upset that a chess computer kept beating him in chess and then at the end of the episode twist, he started playing bad moves to confuse the computer and was able to win by purposely playing like shit. Yeah. There we go. Smart Guy was a Disney show. There wasn't Disney Channel in the UK when I was growing up, so it was on Nickelodeon for me. I'm sorry. Maybe it was a Disney one. Sorry. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? She just wants to have fun. If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the... Yeah, but everyone who plays Among Us in that way is a killjoy. Alright, I've decided I'm gonna be king shit of shit mountain here for this Among Us playthrough. Okay, we did a report, everyone shut up. Hey, you, what did you do this round? Okay, you, what did you do this round? Hey, you, what did you do this round? Just the fucking worst way ever to play fucking Among Us. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but were they actually thinking only of their greedy selves? In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent, so greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. Oh, Rosa's here! I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. It's just the three of us in here, right? Eating Domino's upstairs, going to the chapel with Shannon and Goda, being killed in the kitchen right now, and in the parlor, being hot somewhere. Okay. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was too far separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often, when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. Oh, well, that hard, huh? True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words that she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I've had the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Kraus or Aunt Eva in it. I'd understood it as them being similar because they were siblings, but maybe it wasn't just that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, whom I'd always assumed was just quiet and gentle. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle that the witch displayed for us, the ceremony will be halted and will definitely be saved. I thought Kinzo put it on display. Is it like a teamwork between the two of them? And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. Yep, but isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land. When you do, the ceremony will end. No more people will die. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules? I won't deny that I am brutal and unjust and a monster. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I am a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all the crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules. I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people. I'm no different from humans in that regard, but not once have I disregarded a promise I've spoken. What about humans? Do you always keep your promises? Since we have catchphrases like, keep your promises, it's hard to imagine that we always follow them properly. Is that true? Did she not break a promise with Shannon? Or did she, like, technically not break any of her words, but kind of still manipulated her? I'm guessing that technicalities matter a lot for what exactly she's allowed to do. Yeah. If you looked at a lot of what was said and you compared it, I'm going to guess that technically it would be that she kept her promise, yeah. From my perspective, humans are truly selfish monsters. There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish wish. Are we bonding? What's going on here? If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like, increase the number of wishes to 100, or go turn yourself into a bean. Okay, there's this thing Dad always says. He says there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's made a killing through vice. Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere, and so they learn it. Yes, the crimes of the human world where people must press up against each other. Let me see, I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh well, I'm not as heartless as you think, you see? Cackle, cackle. Liar. You killed so many people, and you did it in such horrible ways too. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises. Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you, ever. I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that. Oh, so we've done another 180? Okay. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me. Cackle, cackle. Perhaps 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance. Yes, I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is. Byrne Castle? Damn you, babbling on and on about this incomprehensible stuff. Let's quickly get back to this eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Cackle, cackle. Good, good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Come now, don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax, so the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round, during which they get serious and shower their opponent with blows, right? I don't get what that means. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully make you age. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time. Are we flirting? So don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Cackle, 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 cackle. Oh, it's a long cackle. Groomer Beato. Is she gonna make a Battler use conditioner? Oh, was that a scene break? Because I heard the glass shatter, but I didn't see it. George is back. Oh, it was Goda breaking the glass. All right, that's good. That's good. Good use of the sound effect. Okay. No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Shen-san, please get the key. Even though she is dead, Madam is a lady. I cannot touch her. Oh, okay. I was going to say, why are you making Shannon do it? Okay. Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Plus, she could eat some candy to get her sugar levels back up. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets. What? Before Natsui gave him a new life. Though it had just been a casual employment decision for Natsui, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsui, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling even after her death. Zelly? With a Triforce? Zelda candy? Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsui and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsui kept the key to her room. Would half a day be long enough for that? How are the bugs getting in? I guess there's like, just because there's no other way in, like there's just like cracks that bugs can get through. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madam's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. Oh. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. After all, when Shannon held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion, but Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Kya! Shannon also realized that the gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. Excuse me, as she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon! Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Oh, George sees them. Okay, outside, quickly. You bastards! Damn it, damn it. George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. Uh-oh, when they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Okay, if someone like gouges themselves on the broken glass. Does that count? Let's go out through the door. There's no time to look for a footing. It won't open. It's stuck. Give it to me. Damn this piece of crap. George-sama, quickly. Damn it, don't take me lightly. Whoa. Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the groups of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle, or there's some trick to it. Interesting. George-sama, damn it, you monsters! Goda, no! At that moment, Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table, no, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering about at the ready. Beatrice. Is it just someone holding the portrait up? Yeah. It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Okay. Different clothes, alright. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am the host of this mansion now, so I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. My, how truly convenient. Wow! It's open! Goda-san, quickly! Beatrice-sama. Huh? What? Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guests. Cackle, cackle. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve them even after death. The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand. Had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order in which Rokkinjima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. But for a split second, they still considered it. The 3 of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The 3 of them never realized because they didn't turn around, but the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The 3 people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. Cackle, 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 cackle. How nice, how nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsui's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them down. Where is it? You said it was in the treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard exactly where it was. It might not even be a mirror. I think it'll probably be in her dresser or next to the bed. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that, but next to the bed there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables there. And Natsui, sorry. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had a feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Focusing on the laugh, okay? Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. What is this music? Maybe it's this box. It's locked, but I can't open it. At a glance, it looks slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled as though various small objects were inside, but it was locked and didn't open. Normally, you'd hide the key somewhere nearby, though some people would always carry it on their person. I don't know. There's no choice. Break it. But we can't do it with force, right? We might break the mirror inside. Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Goda strong. Goda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use. And he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. George-sama, hurry! Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all the servants working in the Ushiromiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, and not servants working for Ushiromiya Kinzo or Ushiromiya Kraus. Oh, the goats are back. Oh, okay, 3. These new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava. They were Godas. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. Okay, just... Boing, 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 boing. Okay, just hold the key in. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing, click, boing, click, boing, and then inside the simulation room, like, she keeps hitting Battler over the head with her pipe, being like, "See, look, I can open doors and unlock it with magic. Look how trivial it is, even with the key." And boom, it did it again. Boom, I'll do it again. Boom, I'll do it again. This is the whole point right now. I'd be like, maybe you just have a really strong magnet that you can turn it with. You prove that you don't have a really strong magnet. Oh, I can't. Oh, I love it. It won't lock. Even if I lock it, it unlocks. What's going on? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Yeah. Did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the doors to that room could fold back that room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. And then she unlocked that too. George-sama, quickly, quickly, quickly. George-sama, what about this? The letter opener? That's better, let me have it. The fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Kwa? Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door, an arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water, as though doing this was the most natural thing in the world, and it rubbed the back of Goda's head as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It slid up his arm, to his chest, and then up to his chin. And Goda said, "Mommy?" By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. I am not reading that properly, maybe. Beelzebub, giggle giggle, so cute. Hey, you see it right? Your life flashing before your eyes? Let me know when it's over, Kay. Thanks. It's over already, isn't it? Goda's one weakness. A woman. Oh no. That lewd arm burst. Lewd? Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel, or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Preemptive chanting again. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. The goat attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. And then Santa Claus came in. Everyone's here. Kinzo's here. What are we doing? The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Oh. Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending your first night together? That hardly counts as a regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right? Oh no. No, Shannon. You're dribbling, see? Your regret is dribbling down from your mouth. I can see it dribbling down from your mouth, Shannon. Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, various small objects that Natsui had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it. This is it. So close and yet so far. Cackle, 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 cackle. Die. Damn it! All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. What? At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resulting scene looked truly divine. Wish I could see it, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who was curled in a ball, trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. No, I am not dribbling! Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him. As she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture, and you've matured much more than Kanon. How could you do that to Kanon-kun? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains, and even try to disgrace his honor? Come now, Shannon. Is that why you're mad? If you're lonely because Kanon hasn't been around, just let me know and I'll let you see him whenever you like. Uh-oh. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Kanon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kanon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Kanon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room. Can't wait for them to go downstairs after this and talk to Genji, and George would be like, wait, Shannon, how did you know to stand in a circle and make your arms go like that? Oh, George-sama, one time Kuwasama said that if the butterflies are around, you just strike this pose and just say something, and then maybe that would work, so I just thought of trying it, and it did. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, Kumasawa did know a lot about shit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, okay, thank you. Good thing Kumasawa told you about that. Are you enjoying this? Yes, I am. She really is. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again. So, Kanon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, Sister? If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. Cackle, 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 cackle. From the imposter Kanon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and... I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead, not just once, but twice. Ooh, enough babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure. Okay, are they like explicitly brother and sister, or just like adopted brother and sister from the orphanage? Was that said? Because if that was said, I do not remember that they were actually literally brother and sister. Is that true? That's a little troubling if I've forgotten that. Okay, I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. The imposter cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves, but when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. Meanwhile, George just can't quite get the mirror out of this pouch. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. George-sama, why isn't the mirror here? It's got one of those string tags. I don't know how to open it. Well, you squeeze the plastic thing with your thumb and finger, George, and lift up the thing so you can get the drawstring out. No, I can't. It's too hard. It's too hard. It's stuck. No, I'm just gonna rip it open. Well, hurry up. Don't worry. I'm fine. It didn't repel him. It smashed him and knocked him back, turning him into gold dust and into little bits scattering him. That foolish furniture who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor after death broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces until they were no longer butterflies but a golden splash that faded away. Shannon. George-sama, please don't move from that spot. I don't want to shift the central axis. That's what Kuma-sama told me. Well, this is certainly a surprise. So, though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power? I see. So that spirit mirror is lending you strength, but you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough to not to submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. That feeling like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet. Hate doing that. Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening. Your furniture. I am not furniture, and right now you seem very pitiful to me. Ooh, what? Oh. What did this furniture, who hasn't lived even 100 years, just say to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated. But they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare to speak, furniture? Have you forgotten the days when you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. When did you lick her shoes? If you sneer down and look on them for that, then or is it like symbolic licking of the shoes when you went and broke the mirror? If you sneer down and look on them for that, then you're far inferior to them. Especially now, I pity you. How precious is it for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night? It does have meaning, it definitely does, but it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George-san and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted his ring. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. Ha! Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poet. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. Dude, what? Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Do you still not understand that at your age? You'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of that glasses man behind you. You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon. Yeah, that's enough talk out of you, you furniture. Who the hell do you think you are, talking like that? No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound, in the end, it's a fraud because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die you trash furniture scrap. Okay, so who hurt you? Chat, I can fix her. Chat, I can fix her. How bad was Kinzo? I'll turn you into a filthy maggot, then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. Would you still love me if I was a worm? I'll show you that this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh. Die, you piece of crap. Don't you tell me about love. The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode in on them from all directions. What, do you actually think you're resisting? You're insignificant, you're frail, just like your cheap ideals, just a frail pretense. She's fucking mad. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil. Do you still not understand why you're furniture? You furniture? I am furniture, said furniture. See, it's being erased. Crack, crunch, smack, snap, how thin, how shameful. Parmigiano Reggiano would be harder to cut through than your frail resistance. Is this some type of cheese? Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya-ya. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls off the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it up into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up. Meanwhile, in the lounge, so first Twilight. Ooh, we already solved that part. Yeah, we did, but I still don't understand it. Ooh, do you want me to explain it again? It only took me 20 minutes. No, it didn't really fucking, like, I don't even know what's going on. So third Twilight, we praise her name. Did we even do that? Ooh, I did. I praised her name. And I praise it on your behalf. Okay, all right. 1 second, I need to go to my mind palace. Woof. Hey, Beato, what's going on? And she's like, fucking not now, Battler. I'm having a fight. You fucking, like, piece of maggot shit. Get the fuck out of... Whoa. Okay. And it's all in red. She's like, okay, all right. Back to Ria. Ooh. George-san, I'm sorry. It was too much for me. After all. Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream, and it began to suck the two of them up instead. Ew. George-san, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her, so George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say, I love you. Yeah. Sayo, I will forever. Yeah, she's not gonna let that happen. Yeah. Oh, was that it, by the way? Was that the warning? There's another one? Okay. Okay, good time for a break. Almost exactly 2 hours. Almost like I planned to yap for the time that was required for this to be the break moment. Don't ask me to say it in red. Meanwhile, live Genji reaction. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. How is this dude still doing work? By the way, are there deaths here? No, it hasn't shown up. Okay. Again, that makes me think yet again that there's some sort of like different version of events happening. Like if you believe in the witch, you see something else, but if you don't, you see something else instead. Because they're not here until we actually see it with like Battler, or is it anyone else, or does it have to be Battler? He eaten some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those were all the things Goda had made himself, and were, of course, delicious. Sorry, those were all things. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even open for him. How did they go into the bathroom in there? So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Even though all of those crimes had been committed and many people had already met a brutal end. One second. Again, I think people want me to do this, but I do feel kind of self-conscious when I like keep pausing the game. Alright, have enough people died? 6, then 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive, 5. So are they dead? Is this enough? Oh, she's actually won over, isn't it? She went over quota. Am I wrong? Did she go over quota last time? No? Oh, did I miscount somewhere? Can you show the epitaph again? Yeah, sure. Okay, so she needs to kill 6, then 7 and 8, then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So she needs to kill 13. And she's killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So she has killed 13. So she's exactly on. Or does one of them not count? Or did I miscount again? None will. Yeah, that's at the end though. I think that's like the last scene what it was last time, right? I'm assuming that it's going to end similarly to episode 1, but maybe it won't. Okay. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds? Yeah, okay. Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think all the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carry out his duty systemically until the last moment. Good subversion here that Genji was the only one that survived of the kitchen group. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. Oh, that's the door that we saw when Cannon was killed in episode 1. Hmm? At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled. Who is it? I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality. Rosa-sama. It is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Okay, is this like we're seeing the other perspective version of him asking about food, or is this happening after what happened in the outside right now? Tell us from there. Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses. Okay, yeah. What did you say? I see. Very well. Let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Ew. It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it'll definitely be okay. Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rose's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricaded sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. Genji-san, where are their corpses? In the courtyard. I shall guide you. Battler-kun, wait. Just in case, let's check the doors and windows of this room. Wait a second. Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead, and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows, but those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Yeah, Aunt Rosa is the only one that's taking this seriously, but she should be leaving the room. Though it was called the courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took 2 hands, and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. Yeah, that guy was trying to steal my PlayStation 5 that time. Yeah, I remember that. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasama-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. Well, okay, real quick. I got a PlayStation 5, like, luckily at a store one day. Like, someone had just, like, they had just gotten one while I just happened to be there. And I'm like, okay, I'll get a PlayStation 5 then. I'll probably use it for work at some point. Because they were really hard to get back then. So I had to, like, impromptu just carry a PlayStation 5 home with me. All the way home, walking down the street. And this guy stopped me in the street and was like, hey, where did you get that from? And he just kept asking insistently over and over again and asked me to point in the direction that the store was, so I would take my hand off of it so he could grab it. That was my vibe. That was my vibe. He probably wasn't, but that was my vibe, because I was paranoid that someone was going to try and steal my PlayStation, even though I brought it home, put it in the corner, and didn't, like, open the box for 3 months or something. Maria, is this, you know what? Ooh. It's the 7th and the 8th Twilights. I see. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, there are horrible wounds on their necks. Okay, her corpse, which had gone missing, was later found in the courtyard. At that time, it had a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into its ankle. With this, even the 8th Twilight is finished. Nanjo. His corpse, which had gone missing, was later found in the courtyard. At that time, it had a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into its knee. With this, the 7th Twilight is finished. Okay, did they not die right away from this? Or what's going on? Like, this counts? This is kind of fuzzy rules here, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed in the, oh, you can kill then gouge. Okay? The cuts are quite sharp, almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes, but after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanjo's knee, to Kumasawa's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same thing that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony, I wonder? I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like these. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So, by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. It was Goda! It's full... I'm sorry, that's a really dumb joke. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even though touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices. On the 7th Twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th Twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Wait a sec. That means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Could it be? Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George and Nikki, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Where did George-kun and the other... Oh, Rose is about to shoot Genji in the face! They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsui's room, and they left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? You say they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way. Why didn't you tell us something that... Wait, no. Why didn't you think that was suspicious? There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad. It's really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasama-san were killed like this. which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran towards Aunt Natsui's room with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsui's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. George was no longer single. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No. Filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before. Had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji-san, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. At this time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. Oh, it's locked! Oh, shit! What? After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Okay, but you could still use Natsui's room, the key room, after you left. Battler-kun, would you open it for me with this? The key's gonna be inside. The key's gonna be inside. Just trusting Genji-san with something like that wouldn't... Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. What are these moods? Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. So last time, Aunt Natsui's room was safe, but this time it's a murder scene. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Thank you, cash but available. Rathulian, Jahions, Tantofaz186, and Coach Sheerdog for the resubs, and also Zorgrox for the bits. Come on, Joe, it's magic. Why are you thinking? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Horrible. Oh, shit. Servant Shannon died in Natsui's room with her forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the fourth twilight, gouged the head and kill. She spent her last moments with her beloved. How are you allowed to kill them out of order? Yeah, like Goda died before Shannon. Even in this room, this is out of order. What? Died in Natsui's room with his chest pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and kill. The cook was cooked. Wait, why is there an L in there? Because he took the L? Why is there an L? Died in Natsui's room with his stomach pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. It was possible they would have ended up as the second twilight. As I thought, it's a reproduction of the fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights. Ew. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place. Leaving the room so cluttered, you never believed belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsui. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far it could have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest. Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't gouging the chest the fifth twilight? Ooh. Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where three corpses lay. And along the wall farthest into the room, George and Nikki lay dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the sixth twilight? Is this unique art? Shannon's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, I couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, and Demon Stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked, and I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. Fourth stake, applied directly to the forehead. There was a gaping hole in Shannon Chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. Ugh. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Battler-kun, you mustn't touch anything until the police come. Do you still think the police are coming, Rosa? What do you think you're doing, touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling. Maria. Ooh? With this, even the 8th twilight is over. What was the 9th twilight again? On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. I see. After this, the golden witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th twilight? On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Very soon, the doors to the Golden Land will be opened. Very soon. The witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive, huh? Rose has just kind of abandoned Maria to Battler? Holy shit. Like, Rose is barely interacting with her. We're gonna die now, or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over, and that now, at journey's end, we'll reach the Golden Land? What is our journey? We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we tried to break out of this situation. Oh, I don't like it when Battler's upset, and we haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right, we spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure we could only trust the dead, that we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why? Should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather is the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. I think we should go see him. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all. It's okay, Battler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being who might kill humans partly for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay, so don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd sealed this room again, chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George and Nikki had been holding the key to Aunt Natsui's room. She also collected that. Okay, how was door locked then? Wait a sec, she's got all the master keys on her person. If Natsui's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? So, what, is this the 4th closed room? Okay, so... one of them killed themselves? Now that suspicion surrounded those 3 had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf, that leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. And besides us, there's only Grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people have died, and 6 are left. Okay, I did count properly then. Okay, how would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6. I can't think of an answer. You just don't want to. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But thankfully, we didn't find anything like that. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Then, please excuse me. Hey, Aunt Rosa, are you saying you'll leave Genji-san all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But in that case, why is he safe? After those 3 headed to Natsui-Nisan's room, he was alone the whole time, and yet he's safe. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone, and therefore in its weakest possible position? Genji should be thanking me for not blasting his head off right now. You're right, thank you. Probably because, by coincidence, there weren't any wolves around. Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? Yeah, look at his hair. He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kurosawa-san's corpses, who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right? But wait, with that argument, anyone... Battler-sama, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won, not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji-san. Genji-san! Then we've decided, if you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So I think Fuka's gonna be around for a long time from now on, Chad. I'm sorry. I think Fuka might be the most enduring thing to come from Persona 3 Reload. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand about tonight, and when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. And then as soon as we're in the door, the mask comes off. You know what? I don't care for Genji-san. Goto's cooking's way better. And also, you know what? I wasn't gonna say it. Genji-san's not very good at cleaning. Genji-san gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushiromiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you will excuse me. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it, I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I'd waited just long enough, and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then, in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been in camp before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. Who is texting me? Bill. Hey, Bill. Hunt Showdown talk? We haven't played Hunt Showdown in so long. What's this? Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. Alright. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was the envelope from before, with the seal of the one-winged eagle. Okay. So 19th person, Maria quickly, like when our backs were turned, or Kinzo? Or someone's not dead? Huh. What? It was the envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle, and it was unopened. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time, and there wasn't anything there then, and when I returned, it was here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. Then, wait, who put this letter here and how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it like something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was writing on the other page. Dear losers, have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The 9th twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Is it? Because it doesn't sound like Beatrice. The Beatrice we talked to seems like a completely different, much more playful person than this. Ooh. Fowler, what is that? When we came here just now, it was sitting right here. What happened, Maria? Huh? Battler-kun, that letter? Wait, it was sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why? Maria, come here. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. She hugged her. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of that gun at me. Battler-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table, and I know that Maria did not approach that table. We're talking about a short stretch of time, but the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you. Okay, so if she actually did see the table and there's nothing on it, that's a good conclusion, but it means that either we're Katie or it is Maria. Okay. How can you... Wait, that's all screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have sent that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then it acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that the witch entered a closed room, set down a letter, and left. Dumbass. Are you thinking like that again? Are you going to suspect me? I mean, I suspect Maria. Because of something like that? Cut it out. My dad and everyone else were killed. Why would I take part in the culprit scheme? True. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of the sort of demon who could sell their own parents. Then again, maybe such a demon does exist. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if you didn't view Rudolph-san and Kyrie-san as your parents? What? Think about what you're saying. I have thought about it. You've been staying with your grandparents for 6 years. Like, maybe you don't even like them anymore. And who knows what really happened to your mother. Oh, shit, dad is dad, right? I love how this is so much more paranoid than episode 1. Dad is dad, right? Of course, I'm not related to Kyrie-san by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. No way in hell I'd let a comment like that slide, you bastard. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Stop it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Stop saying ooh, ooh. I'm sorry, that was a bad way to put it. True, Ushiromiya Battler-kun may be Rudolph Nissan's child. But are you really that Battler-kun? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolph Nissan, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years. No, this is so good. No one can prove that you really are Ushiromiya Battler, right? Yeah, that's true. Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushiromiya Battler? Right here, right now? Do you have ID? Cut it out, damn it. I'm me, Ushiromiya Battler. If we're going to suspect even things like that, are you really Ushiromiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right. It's just as you say, you can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. If you're going to go that far, let me make an objection. George and Nikki and the others were found dead, and Aunt Natsui's room was locked. George and Nikki had the key to that room, right? And by now, the only one with the master key is you, Aunt Rosa, right? Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room? My theory goes like this. While I was asleep, you moved all the sofas, opened the door, snuck up there, killed them all, then posed the corpses, fucking locked the door, came back downstairs, closed the door, locked it, moved all the sofas back over. You're in contact with the real culprit. Oh, okay. And while I was looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys. Okay, okay, all right, sorry. I was more unhinged than Battler for a second. Oh no. Batshit insane, Battler shit insane. I didn't do something like that. See, there are 5 of them here, right? As if that matters. You could have had them set it in a prearranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there were really 5 master keys? So how do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed that letter there? Until you find someone else did it, you're a wolf. Shut up. You're the one who said it wasn't there before. Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George and Nikki and the rest in that closed room? How did they lock it? That's exactly right. Natsui's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door... What? Why is this red? Like it's usually been ransacked for a mirror? I don't like this red statement. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, no places in which to hide. Natsui's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. And let me say this, the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Come on, now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent, Ushiromiya Battler? Shut up. You shut up too. You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim the letter was placed here by anyone other than you? Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf. I feel like the gun is gonna go off. If we can suspect me, then we can suspect you too. So try. Is it gonna hit Maria and then she's gonna kill herself? Is that what's gonna happen? If we can suspect me, then we can suspect you too. So try showing me some proof yourself. And anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa? Then you guessed I'd go back to where I've been sitting and secretly put that letter there. It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. Maybe you're stupid. That proves nothing. Maybe you chose the roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria. All the master keys are in your hands. So what happened? Both here and in the last room was all you're doing, right? If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses. That's right. You've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. Why is it that even though 6 adults in the family conference were killed, you were the only exception? And why haven't you told us that you had the meeting and you saw the witch? Yeah. Why were you the only one not in that chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them. Damn it, damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense. I can sing. We're gonna do some theorizing like always, except this time, we'll sing it. Ooh, stop it. You mustn't fight. Mama too, Battler, stop it. Stop it. It's no one's fault. It's not Battler's or Mama's fault. The witch did all of this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Ooh, ooh. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now, my eyes filled with tears. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're the culprit. And there's no way Maria, Genji-san, or I am either. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming at Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt I love so much? Why does everyone have to suspect each other? Meanwhile, Rosa's like, he's really laying on thick right now to make me think that he's the real Battler. I'm onto his scheme. I'm onto his scheme. I'm not going to suspect my aunt. I'm not going to suspect anyone. It's all the work of the witch it's all the work of Beatrice. It's all the crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, please show yourself here. Beatrice! And confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been suspecting each other like this. So forgive us. Release us. Release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it all. You definitely exist. It's your victory. Show yourself. Oh, Beatrice. Literally Kinzo. Full Kinzo. Oh! At what point does he go back in time and he's actually Kinzo for real? When does that happen? Episode 7? Am I still alive? This was a really good cut back to Kinzo after Battler started screaming for Beatrice like Kinzo did. That was really well done. Apparently some time ago, Kinzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. That person's ceremony, let's see, how far has it progressed? It must have come quite far by this time. Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Beatrice. Very soon, I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So, for heaven's sake, let me meet with you one more time. Then, let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Oh, but I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to your toenails to the dirt under your toenails, you are mine. Dude is down bad. Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip from my hands. I'll make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kinzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing. So, Beatrice made all her gold selling her bathwater to Kinzo, I'm guessing? Ah, hick, that's wrong. I didn't want to say something like that, like this, Beatrice. Oh, he's feeling bad about it, please. Let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. Ah, Beatrice. Hick, hick. Wah. You are beloved, yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that cannot be taken back. What about the thing Shannon wrote? In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize. Just once, Beatrice. Beatrice. Voice actor's super into it, huh? As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back, like a flake of gold leaf, and softly descended. You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember? That game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing. Wait, she's Nanjo? Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. Oh! Okay. That's right, like this. I advanced my queen, who I call Beatrice. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you'd abandon your piece or not. Worried for so long. Kinzo waited, with the opposite seat empty. Surely very soon his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to just call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right, not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be? Oh, could it be? Oh, dude got cut in half. The woman beyond the door answered, On the ninth twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Battler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain, and wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search for any place where he could sit before setting up camp in the dining hall. He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated, but he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful clothes room tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of these two came to meet him. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. This would make a great image. Then someone knocked. Battler realized that someone had finally come to greet him. Hey, it's not locked. Whoever you are, please come in. It's going to be Genji. And go ahead and introduce yourself. If you're human, please give me your name. If you're Beatrice, please tell me your bust size. I may not look it, but I'm well known as a breast sommelier, you see? Holy shit. Hick. It is Genji, Battler-sama. Did I stutter? What's your bust size? Again, you know what? You did murder, my whole entire family, but you are pretty hot. Genji-san, huh? Sorry, but I've got no interest in your bust size. Please come in, it's unlocked. Excuse me. Genji-san opened the door and bowed. So, is Genji-san the criminal after all, or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks. Did you come to give me my last rites? Nothing of the sort. I apologize if I am disturbing you. Hey, saying I'm sorry without even telling me what you want is actually pretty creepy. What do you want? Are you going to tell me that drinking alcohol is forbidden for minors? I'll just die anyway. Please, let me do what I want, now that it's all about to end. Battler-sama, do you love alcohol so much that you would spend the little time you have left drinking? Those words pierced me. That wasn't true. I just can't cope if I don't drink. I can't even taste the alcohol at all. You were just like the master. Indeed, you inherited the master's blood strongly. You mean grandfather, the heavy drinker, was drinking to drown his sorrows the whole time? First I've heard of it. After several sad incidents, the master's life was reduced to one of atonement alone. What is it you know? Beatrice's ceremony was completed when the 8th twilight ended. I believe I can tell you everything now. Please do. What did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next. Battler-sama, I shall guide you to the master's study. It would probably be best to hear it directly from both the master and from both grandfather and. Hey, what in the world do you mean by that? Come, this way. I shall guide you, Battler-sama. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. We climbed a big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke. Battler-sama, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand. Don't think that'll scare me. I've already seen enough incomprehensible things today to make me sick. Please, accept what you see as you see it. There are so many Domino's boxes up there, and accept what you hear as you hear it. Why? What? There's no need for questions like that. You will learn the truth, and that is all. I will leave it completely up to you, Battler-sama, whether to accept it, believe it, or deny it. Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight, the witch would revive, and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived, and it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah. Even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared. Indeed, you are just like the master in his youth. Battler-sama, please be diligent in your studies. In the future, you will surely have great aspirations, like going on a time-traveling hot air balloon and going around the world, and you're just gonna vanish one day, but you're totally dead. And when that time comes, see to it that you are never forced to regret a lack of studying and training. I'd be happy to, assuming I ever get a chance to work hard in my studies. Genji-san's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. And then, the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design out of his pocket. The master's keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to the study alone on his person, and it just so happened that this key could also open every single other door, but it somehow doesn't count for the red statement, because it's not a master key, it's a supreme master key. You put it in the keyhole, and it made a very heavy clunking sound. Master, it is I, Genji, said Genji. I have brought Battler-sama with me. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given. Come on, Battler-sama, please go in. Okay, I'll go in. I readied myself and threw the door open. Kinzo's dead. Kinzo's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Calling it. He's dead. Dead. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was, unbelievably, a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. Is this the first time Battler is seeing them? The gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once. What? What is this? It was almost like a golden leaf confetti. What if he goes up to Beatrice, the 19th person, like Beatrice, and says, hi, so I finally get to meet you here, and she looks at him and goes, who the fuck are you? And then he goes to his mind palace, he goes into Somnium, and Beatrice is there like, cackle, 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 cackle. It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on a sofa like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well. Master, I've brought Battler-sama. Battler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Kinzo declared that unhappily, his back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. I have thought for 30 years. I have thought for 30 years about how to counter this move. Have fun with the move. I have fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. What fun, what fun. I see I'm no match for you. What is this? This is insane. So you came, Battler. I've been waiting for a while. Be silent for Kinzo's sake. Shit! Isn't it too early to resign, Kinzo? I could have countered that move in several ways already. Cackle, cackle, cackle. This should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait. Genji, serve some alcohol for Battler. What would be an appropriate liquor for this man? That which the master has loved since the days of his youth. Good, good, serve it. You did well coming here, Ushiromiya Battler. First, sit down. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. So, what will you ask me? What will you inquire? Bus size? The doors of the Golden Land will soon be open. Soon we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, at which I will be welcoming in the witches. In the meantime, I'll answer your questions, as many as you like. I've got a bunch of things I want to ask. What happened on this island? And why did incidents like these occur? I want to ask about the closed rooms too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant room? And Aunt Natsui's room? And the parlor? There's so much more I want to ask. About the witch's true nature. Is Beatrice really a witch? What's your goal? What do you want to make us do? And why did you call me here? Answer me about everything. Be quiet. You think you'll get answers if you ask? Don't say that, Kinzo. A fragile, but not that fragile, and fleeting spider web did offer protection from King Herod once. Just like there are no useless things in this world, there are also no useless questions. Very well. Very well. I will answer all your questions, but only on one condition. What is it? Is there gonna be bootlicking? If you hear everything and are able to accept my existence, then you will kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I wanted to make you surrender to me. Okay, can we just preemptively kiss them? And then listen, Kinzo, I made a bet. We bet on which would come first. Kinzo thinking of a new move, or me making you surrender. I don't think I'll lose. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Damn you, talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try and convince me. Try and convince me you're a witch who can use weird, awesome, powerful magic. If I surrender, I'll kiss you, or do anything else. You know, anything you want. You know what? Here's all the things I will do. In no order in particular, I will. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. Well said. So, from what question shall I begin? I'll answer everything. Come, what will the first one be? Hard cut to him kissing her shoes. Wait, what? And then the witch started to tell everything. She began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it. And then Battler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist. He made sloppy noises while he kissed her shoes. It was really gross. Even Genji left the room. Okay, more to read because it's awkward. I thought there was going to be more to read right away instead of my joke just hanging in the air. What followed is a story that needs no retelling. I wish you would, though. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished game. And then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. This looks cool. X. Second game, Turn of the Golden Witch. Results. She is gonna say we've won one each. She is gonna do that. Let's go again. That is gonna happen. Oh, shit. Usher and Mia Kraus died on the first Twilight, chosen by the Key of the Golden Land, offered of sacrifice. Okay, Netsui's the same. Died on first Twilight. Rudolph. Yep. Okay. Kyrie, first Twilight. This is very Final Fantasy VI music again. Jessica died on second Twilight, pierced through the back by the stake of Asmodeus. Canon. Stake of Satan through the chest. Okay. Wasn't Goda killed in the chest too? Servant Shannon died on the fourth Twilight. No, out of order! This order is out of... There's not... Stake of Mammon. Fifth Twilight. Stake of Beelzebub. Stake of Lucifer for George. Belphegor for Nanjo. And Leviathan for Kumasawa. The witch Beatrice survives on the ninth Twilight. She finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Ushimiya Kinzo, missing on the 10th Twilight. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Rosa, the witch did not invite this woman, who denied the witch's existence to the Golden Land. Oh, it's someone else who denies it! Oh no, we're gonna argue with Rosa in the tea party now? After she acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated herself, the witch invited her to the Golden Land. Maria, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Ushimiya Battler, missing on the 10th Twilight. Will he acknowledge the witch's existence and be invited to the Golden Land? The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they chose to revive the dead souls and the love that was lost. After all, if their desire had been a mountain of gold of any size, they would not have been able to receive it. Kinzo chose the person he had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. What? Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Oh man, I'm on Team Genji. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of gold, all 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Is that a heart shape in the glass? Oh, it's still going. This chapter will also have a number of flashing animations. Epilepsy warning, leaving this up for 30 minutes. Okay. Where are you, Beatrice? Show yourself. Beatrice! Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her siblings' corpses still lay exposed, and stretched her arm toward a golden gut. Last time the credit said people were not found, and the police came, and then someone found a bottle with a story in it and everything like that. It's different this time. It's got nothing like that. Is Rosa gonna get the gold and just go home? She's gonna be paid 3 gold bars to fuck off? It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. At least just this one. This alone should be worth over 10 million. Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind. Hee 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 hee. It will happen very soon. Very soon the door to the golden land will open. Stop laughing with that creepy voice. Where's Beatrice? Yeah, I know. She's around here somewhere, right? You know where, right? Where is she? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you'll be able to see her in the golden land. Ouch. Stop laughing like that. It almost makes me want to laugh. That's right. That was definitely a witch. Definitely a witch. I didn't understand. I thought she was a human calling herself a witch, but I was wrong. That really was a witch. Didn't you stand here and say you accepted she was a witch with the others? I won't be fooled by something like that. You're there, right? Come out. Show yourself. Beatrice! I told you, she'll appear very soon. The door to the Golden Land will be opened. Wait, hold on. I don't remember reading that before. When did she manages a design company, but she's yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation isn't far from favorable. I don't remember reading that. I guess I've read a lot. Maybe I just don't remember reading it because it was so long ago. I told you, she'll appear very soon. The door to the Golden Land will be opened. Hee 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 hee. That's right. Isn't that splendid? I care not. I abandoned that rook. You, woman, are a king that cannot be reached without the resolve to lose everything one has. I'll corner you, Beatrice. At least call me a queen. Oh, what a brilliant move. So your blood, no, the Ushermia blood is bad at giving up. How pleasant. What a truly elegant night. He's having a great time. Master, Beatrice-sama, it will soon be time for the banquet. Already? That was fast. Every night I pass with you goes by swiftly. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun leaps out of the river like a small fish. Like the epitaph. It is time, so let us go. Rise, battler. The banquet to celebrate my revival will now begin. I'll introduce you as my new furniture. No, as my toy. To the dignitaries among witches. The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and resting on top of a footrest. However, the footrest wasn't a part of the sofa, but a human. A human down on all fours. Beatrice-sama, your silk dress. You are the guest of honor, but I am the host. I will go out first. It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help dress you, but unfortunately, it seems she no longer remains. She's never around when I want to use her. What? An entirely useless person. However, you did well to remain here. I'm happy, my friend. I am grateful for your words. Good. Wait downstairs, you two. Genji, good work. Set the dress down over there. Certainly. Well then, master. We will go first. Beatrice, I will see you later. In my host suit, indeed. Kinzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. Do you know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? It's because you're furniture. Furniture. Understand? Furniture. Just furniture. Who would feel shame in exposing their body to furniture? So there's no reason for me to feel shame in front of you. Cackle, 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 cackle. Battler's like, darn, this is so bad. Who would talk to furniture? The witch rose and... Okay, I talk to furniture sometimes. The witch rose and her jacket slipped off just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the gold with a thumb. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up those clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown. Do you, as furniture, plan to force me to unbutton myself? Stand and undo the buttons, one by one with care, quickly, gracefully, with no mistakes. The guests are being kept waiting, so change my clothes quickly. Yes. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Undo them with care. Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs. If you make a mistake and break them, I'll sew your eyeballs instead. Lots of cackles. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with the gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball, but they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre, because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat masquerade? Or did they really have goat heads? Where's Dijkstra? It probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Kinzo was amongst those goat nobles, greeting them. Kinzo's greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though these were all honored guests. At that time, Genji's voice rang through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight, we celebrate the appearance of our golden witch who has achieved her revival, the Lady Beatrice. Everyone, please welcome her with your applause. Is she not mad that you killed one of her butterflies? Or is that, oh, the game was going on then, you had the right to defend yourself or whatever? I guess so? When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became a roaring ovation. Then, the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language, and those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The other end was gripped by the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to wound the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. Whoa! One of the young women goats mixed in with the goat nobles quietly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. That face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl. Holy shit! How pitiful! Oh, Lady Burncastle, welcome. Do you like my furniture? That's a nice hobby. After saying only that, the witch called Burncastle once again put on her goat mask and was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats. Ahahahaha. Sore loser. She's ticked off, isn't she? You're not wrong. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The young women goats giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh. Thank you for gathering here for my sake. Why don't we enjoy to the fullest this banquet of the witch, where old friends have gathered from past and present, east and west. Come, we will eat all night, drink all night, slurp all night, and chew to bits all night as we enjoy ourselves. Look at the clock as it marks when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come, let us begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to midnight and the sound of a bell began to ring out. Come, now is the time. Open the golden door. All at once, the butterflies leafed in gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm, the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another was cut open. All right, the harmony between like reader and like protagonist, like reader's stand-in surrogate is like so strong right now because like she really did win. Like I have no idea how any of this was pulled off. Like she completely like I have no fucking clue. Like, are you naked, Joe? I could be. I have no clue. I don't even know how to get started. What the hell? Okay, the world was cut open. Did I read that? Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another one was cut open. Surrounded by the goats' delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped, and the members of the household who praised the resurrection of the golden witch scattered into gold butterflies and poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank, throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot, throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. And that's just Battler. Ah, Beatrice, take me to the Golden Land now. To the Golden Land! Oh, ah. The goat nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. And second, what these witches demanded was not a signature, but blood. A sea of goat nobles began to drown Kinzo. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. What the fuck is this? It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes, and Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma if slurped, a rich taste if gnawed, and pleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly, and if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argent, would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could use them in a soup, and the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And the fucking like Grand Canyon of quality between the worst lines in this game and the best lines. What the fuck? Who like, goddamn, how? For the love of God, what the shit? And they could also become splendid tools for fortune telling that always brought misfortune. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? And at that time, its knees buckled and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind. Kneel and show your respect. Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. Put your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. Ugh. The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should already have been slain? Humph. So you are still far from suitable for my furniture. Very well. I will carefully finish you, making you into the kind of furniture I like, the kind fitting only for me. As you are now, I doubt you can offer more than entertainment for our guests. The goat nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they'd been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of countless mouths, saliva, or maybe the traces of meat and wine they had just eaten, dribbled down. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside, but the circle of goat nobles was closing in. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch, so, believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting, in their goat suits, just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink champagne. They had to wait for one thing before partaking of the offering served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing, but it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the modest banquet at which he was to be served. Bukikayakaku. Ugagyu. Ua ua. Buyakasha. Oh. Episode 2 complete. Banquet of the Witch. Gabu Bogi Yagu Kikiboru. When does Hopes and Dreams start playing? By now, the garden was one of both roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly. Maria, quickly, run! Quickly, 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 quickly! Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot, and ran at a speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call out at Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. Has the rain stopped? The massive goal of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand, and strange-looking shadows with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Mama, wait. Mama, wait. Ooh, ooh. Ow. Maria fell down. For just an instant, Rosa was ashamed by thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away, and at the instant her feet touched ground, she ran back. The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed hold of the back of Rosa's own child's hair and pulled. Mama! No! Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into its protruding I'm sorry, Rosa can fight? What the... As she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat's head mouth as it doubled over from pain in its gut. Fucking Rosa may cry? What the... Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me. I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell you came from is. What the fuck? The blast from the Winchester .45 caliber long Colt bullet exploded inside the goat's head's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. Discombobulate. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles, but it had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make their deep red contents come out. Mama, Mama. Maria, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads, who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them across from the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in the pocket of her coat, all over the place, and told Maria to pick them up. Yes, pick up, pick up. Maria, if Mama falls down, run. Go to the shore, and swim, and swim, and swim. There's nowhere for us to survive on this island. No! I'll stay with Mama. Ooh. Rose's gun roared 4 times, and even though 4 shots really did hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with a violent vigor, as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Put the bullet in, quickly! Ooh, ooh. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along, without even an ounce of fear of those strange-looking giants. If it's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. I'll show you. This golden dream. Rosa, where is this coming from? Damn. Oh shit, what the Rosa roared, the goat heads roared. That terribly heavy ingot, after picking up a fearsome centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the head of the goat. Wait, what? into the head of the goat head. All right, okay. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket and just started stabbing, and she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like a stinger was growing out of it. That stinger sliced into the left eye of the goat head as it fell over. What the fuck was the goat's head roar scream? But Rose's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat's head eye. The pointed tip was gouged to the depths of its head. Okay, starting to think Rosa killed a lot of them. What the mama, the bullet went in. Then she got the extra large fountain pen, stuck it in the goat's stomach, and just sliced it open all the way up to the fucking neck. Candy started spraying out. Good job. When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally tumbled onto the ground with a thunderous crash. I'm not reading well right now. Sorry, I'm so like surprised. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I've gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the ingot and the gun, and once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with the gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go with one hand and grasp Maria's hand? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. Even so, I've let go of the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. Run. Run, run, run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down the staircase through a grove of trees, but Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times and only seemed to be long. She drove straight through it. She had played here often since her childhood years. So she knew. To the beach, to the beach, to the sea, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. And if Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Kya! Mama? As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle, and the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. The tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here! The prize is here!" Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. Ah, what am I doing? I had the gold, which would have been worth 7 million yen. 10. I might have been able to start over with that, and yet I fell, lost it, and now my own life is in danger, and Maria's too. What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? Mama, mama, mama. The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice as she sobbed and clung to Rosa. Maria. Maria, Mama remembers something else she's got to do. Please, go on ahead. No, 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 no. I want to stay with Mama. I don't want Mama to die. Maria, even though I'm such a bad Mama, you still say you want to stay with me? Yeah, I want to stay with you. I want to stay with Mama. I made it look like I was putting you first, but I was always putting you off. I went to your athletic meet, I went to Parents' Day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to stay with that kind of mother, even though I've been such a bad mother? Hey Mama, did you know? You're my only Mama in this world. There's no good Mama or bad Mama. There's just one Mama. So I don't need any other Mama in this world. I want to be your one and only Maria. The Maria you want to spoil when you're in a good mood, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around aren't different people. There's only one Maria. So the scary Mama and the nice Mama are the same to me. They're my one and only. This is really different. Mama. I was such an idiot. I didn't need gold. If only I had just pulled you by the hand. I was such a stupid Mama. The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. Their roars blotted out the world with fear. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand. Maria, let's go together. I'll never leave you. Let's always stay together so that Mama never gets lost again. Yeah, we'll be able to see each other soon. We'll be together forever. We'll be able to see each other in the golden land. And then we'll play together. Play with Play with the wolves and sheep puzzle. Mama hasn't solved more than one of the puzzles, but I've solved them all, so I'll be the riddle giver. She had bought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Maria after that first night. Yes, we'll play together, I promise. Mama! Those eyes sparkling with red hot lava looked just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. Come on! Let whoever wants to eat the bullet Maria chambered for me step forward. Ooh. I just got chills from that. Oh, wow. That was good. That was good. That was good. Damn. This is the worst episode? This is not going to be the worst episode. Mosu, need I say more? I don't know what that means. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Oh, 7th mod. 4th is the worst. Oh, so we're moving Cliff Post now? Alright. Alright. You're a bit quiet in comparison to the music. Am I? I can turn it down a little bit. Does anyone else want me to turn it down a little bit? I would really recommend noting down the red lines at least. Okay. Your suggestion has been noted. It's been noted. Onward. To the tea party. Purgatorio. Space Age? Ushiromiya Rosa. Rosa awoke from her doza. Sorry. I'm sorry. It must have been a very deep sleep. Why? I don't know. Her mind was hazy, but she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? It felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be the Ushiromiya mansion. I wonder if Rose is gonna like wake Battler up from his stupor here. She could see a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady. It was the portrait's witch. She seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa, but Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep fog, didn't have a clue what was being said. Choose whatever you please. If there's anything you want, I'll give it all to you. You can think of it as a reward for your good luck, or else as proper compensation for how you've answered to my demands. It may have been a truly trivial matter from your perspective. However, the deal was important enough to me to be deserving of this reward. What is she talking about? I don't know. It's just that I am very much a witch. Perhaps you'd best ask for something only a witch can give you. What a rare chance this is, to actually receive the favor of Beatrice the Golden. Me. Cackle, cackle. She's in a good mood. Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking. I am commonly called the Golden Witch. Bestowing a mountain of gold like the one I gave Kinzo is trivial to me. After all, you can measure all the pleasures of the human world with money. Therefore, gold is no more or less than the manifestation of the human world's pleasures. Can you imagine it? A mountain of gold that you couldn't use up as long as you lived. As the witch blew on her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surroundings. As she did this, the inside of the parlor was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth several 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seems sinful to even think of such a number. However, the human world is difficult. Okay, I feel like chat's being weird from a glance. Am I Am I doing something wrong? Is the sound wrong? Are we good? Mouse, are we okay? I'm good? Just seeing a bunch of bad comments in a row? Okay. Okay. However, the human world is difficult. I know there are some things that cannot be settled, no matter how high into the sky you pile up gold. I know there are cracks that cannot be filled. I won't make light of that, which is why this is a gift that only a witch such as I can give. Why don't I fill those cracks in for you? Yes, how about this? It's something only I can give. You should be very happy. No need to thank me out loud. I can tell right away. It's written on your face and in the corners of your heart. Cackle, cackle. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak, and was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger, she couldn't do anything but listen. What's going on? I have no mouth and I must weep? What's going on? How far must the deep wounds in your heart recede before they can be healed? This is deep, quite deep indeed. Sometimes wounds close up while a fragment of foreign matter remains inside. Even when such wounds appear to have healed, they continue to throb for all eternity. Sometimes you have to open the wound once more in order to heal it completely. As the witch spoke, she stared deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away. So, your pain was already faded by the time of your birth. How heartbreaking. You don't have to say it. I understand. I understand. Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes. Then, the world grew dark, spinning round and round as she was sucked in. What is this music? Heaven? Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Krasny-san's voice. Krasny-san is a real adult, so he's very smart. So he hated that stupid kid, Rosa. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're gonna have a Umineko when the audience cries. Oh, no. I know exactly what they're about to do. He was a very scary person. I was often hit and my toys were taken from me and broken. I was apparently being punished for something bad I'd done, but I never really understood what it was or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for in a forced manner, but it was always something I didn't remember doing, so I really hated Krasny-san. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Iva-ni-san's voice. Iva-ni-san is a real adult, so she's very smart. So she hated the stupid kid Rosa and almost every single other person she spoke to. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. Apparently I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Iva-ni-san and listen to what she said, but when I obeyed her, for some reason, someone always got really mad at me. So I really hated Iva-ni-san. Come on, Rudolph. You'll be nice, right? Come on. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Rudolph-ni-san's voice. Rudolph-ni-san really knows how to get things done, so he hated the stupid kid Rosa. When Krasny-san was around, he would be friendly with Krasny-san. When Iva-ni-san was around, he would be friendly with Iva-ni-san. And when I don't even know what they are anymore. Ni-san wasn't around, he would be violent like Krasny-san. And when Iva-ni-san wasn't around, he would play dirty like Iva-ni-san. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Krasny-san and Iva-ni-san weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolph-ni-san. Wow. Oh, but these were my memories from when I was a kid. It's common for unfair things to happen between kids. So you mustn't hold on to grudges for such things forever. With time, those memories get buried away, and forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be a part of growing up and becoming an adult. So becoming an adult is the same as separating yourself from all those memories, and because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself. How can I heal you? It's possible, but not easy. I might rewind time and... No. No, 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 no time travel, no time magic, no, and giving you a world where you have no older siblings. But that way, your memories of being hurt... There's already been time travel! She reset the fucking island! But that way, your memories of being hurt by your older siblings wouldn't remain. And in that sense, while you might call it a gift, you wouldn't be able to accept it. A person is only satisfied when their starvation is healed. But if you make it so they never starved in the first place, none of them will thank you. Just like how there are no young people who give thanks for their daily gluttony. Understand? I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she makes it so I never had older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. So maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's the pleasure we earn as compensation for withstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain. DOMS. Which means you must know joy in order to compensate for your pain. To compensate you for your pain. You should be proud of your past sufferings. After all, they are what make it possible for you to know pleasure that those without pain will never experience. Those who experience this pleasure cannot help but pass on the same joy to others. Cackle, cackle. The rare, helpful, serious cackle when the when the Witcher snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold and had already lost all semblance of reality. A fabulous tablecloth appeared on the top of the table. And a wonderful meal was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in a castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was. But at the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her siblings could be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious. Food is the source of many human pleasures. You simply must eat like a pig as long as you live. I'm so hungry. If one meal isn't enough, then have as many as you want. Until the pain of your heart is healed, why not continue this gourmet banquet? Begin it, furniture. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-head servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. Goda. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rose's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rose's body still felt heavy as lead, and there was no way she'd be able to eat. Maybe they also understood that. The goat-head servants tied a napkin around Rose's collar and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth. It's a sweet aperitif? Aperitif? Did I look this up last time? Aperitif? I think I did. Of noble wrought German made wine. A wine cocktail of white wine mixed with a crimson and golden drop. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it a Bloody Kraus. Soaked with just a golden drop of your brother's blood that was squeezed out of a compressor. Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look though she had coughed up blood. You know a lot about black tea, so you should know what it means, right? Golden drop refers to the last drop in drink. It is called the most precious drop in black tea. So a golden drop of blood is the same, the last and most precious drop of blood squeezed out of a human. We squeeze it using that. As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. The Solomon massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person with many large bulb things stuck to it. And it looked like a sinister torture device. By its unnerving shape, she could tell that with a human strength it could be used to tighten and compress something, and it seemed that there were still some squeezed dregs remaining because of the bright red remains that stained it. But you can't take more than one golden drop at once. No matter what kind of human you take it from, you can't get more than one drop. But I'm a witch. Reviving a person is easy for me. When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. No, she could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and was now struggling to get out, but that was wrong. What was inside definitely had been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulb. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. Holy Kraus is French. It is fitting for cooking to be done in the kitchen. Enough, stand back. Do you understand how precious a golden drop is? To have it stained this crimson requires that several dozen people's worth be squeezed. The witch definitely said that only 1 golden drop can be taken from a single human, and yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The Golden Witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom. I philosophically disagree with this. The real last golden drop would be from the last time that you killed him in the compressor. You can't just be like, reuse the teabag. No. I am philosophically opposed to this. Do you need me to put it in a different way? Have you forgotten the day this man hit you when you swallowed the blood that ran into your mouth? That's right. Remember that taste. Remember the taste of the tears that you spilled until you were dry. I believe this aperitif will be sufficient to heal that regrettable memory. Cackle, cackle. Once again, the goat-head servants tilted a deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock, and the inside of her mouth was filled with a ghastly sweetness. It definitely was a fragrant sweetness, the living blood of her brother, who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillow so many times. Had been collected from his death, repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like a blood stain. Now that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued. This is a double-tongued salad made from vegetables in season. On your 9th, and both tongues are Eva's. On your 9th birthday, you made a wish that you'd someday get to chew this to bits, this salad made from Eva's tongue. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth. How does your double-tongued sister taste? It must be quite soft and enchanting, right? Cackle, cackle. This image makes me uncomfortable. It probably would be quite sweet, soft, and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she spat it out, but the goat-head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. Man, Battler really is in a Clockwork Orange machine somewhere. It goes without saying, but I made the salad deliberately using 5 of Eva's tongues. Oh, I was off! You can't get more than 1 tongue out of a person, but I can get them over and over. Cackle, cackle. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist by was refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth. Does it not please you? There's lots more. Sea bass pie wrapped in the skin of Rudolph's face. Soup with boiled brains, liver pate, and look forward to dessert, cackle cackle. It's not just your siblings, see? I have lavishly assembled all of those whom you have trusted and yet by whom you were betrayed. Why don't we continue this banquet for all eternity until your heart is satisfied? For all eternity. You're happy, right, Ushio Mia Rosa? Don't pretend you hate it. I know that you're acting happy, okay? If you want to laugh, then do so. And if you won't feel better until you've had a raw performance of your annoying older sibling's screams, I'll let you hear them as much as you like. Fear not, your reluctance doesn't trouble me. That's just your personality, right? On the inside, you're actually so happy that your skin is crawling all over. And yet, on the outside, you're merely pretending that all this causes you pain, yes? It's alright. Here, there is no need to worry about honor or your public image or anything. So laugh as much as you want and chew it to bits. Isn't this the best banquet, Ushiromiya Rosa? Rosa! Please, stop. Cough hack. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to leave dessert as a surprise, but let me reveal it now anyways. Maybe that would be enough incentive for you to eat it before court. Okay, just like, again, this might be a fucked up statement in a vacuum, so I hope it doesn't get clipped out of context. It is difficult to make you sympathize with a character that beats their kid. And the story has done it several times. Like damn, holy shit. Pretty big achievement. I feel bad for Rosa. Have several times before this. Yep. Your dessert is that beloved daughter. Oh, holy shit! Fucking, your dessert is that beloved daughter that you had to keep pretending to love. Oven baked Maria with apples. Doesn't that sound yummy? Once you eat this, you'll be released from everything. Freedom, you see, freedom. Finally, Rosa will gain freedom as an individual person. Aren't you happy? You should be happy. Drool is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in a mirror. Hi. I think that people shouldn't be fed their siblings even if they're bad parents. Okay, it's really easy to say right now considering she's in like a literal circle of hell. Fuck Purgatorio, she's in hell right now. But like even before this, like, and seeing what happened to her when she was a kid leading up to like this banquet, like I felt bad for her, you know. It's not just this insanity that's going on right now. Yeah. You should be happy. Drool is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in a mirror. Yeah. Suddenly, a muscular goat cook was holding Maria under his arm, and Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad. Mama, was I a burden? You aren't a burden. As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth, as she was covered with filth and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed. If you think I'm a burden, I don't mind if you eat me. After all, I'm always doing horrible things to you. Even when you bring a man over, I can't stay quiet. When you spend the night out with a man, I get lonely and unruly and make a mess of my bedroom. When I go to search by myself, I get lost, so please pick me up, and you're ashamed. When you don't come home for several days and I cry and have to be consoled by the neighbors, you're shamed. Because I'm like this, I'm a burden to Mama. Sorry for being born. Sorry for critical thinking. So I'll become delicious oven-baked apples for Mama's sake. And then maybe Mama will be happy I exist for the first time. Maybe she'll eat me and think I'm delicious. Isn't it delicious? Be choked up with tears of gratitude. Your daughter is saying this much for you, right? Oven-baked apples and your beloved daughter make for the best dessert. You managed to raise such delicious ingredients. Aren't you the best mother, Ushiromiya Rosa? Got bored of Battler, huh? Oh. Okay, there we go. Mama, thanks for everything. Bye-bye. Wait, Maria, that's wrong. Stop it already. No. I didn't want something like this. Please stop. Please forgive me. No. Stop it already. Don't put it in my mouth. Have you been satisfied with my hospitality? Then I'll have you accept it, that I am a witch. Proclaim it. Ushiromiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. I accept it. Ushiromiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. So give Maria back. Release me. Cackle, cackle. I finally made you acknowledge it. That crafty battler has already surrendered, and I made Rosa, the fool who denied me even after being invited to the Golden Land, accept it. Perfect. It's perfect. I've accomplished my perfect victory. Why didn't she do something like this to Battler? Different weak points, maybe? Huh. I've accomplished my perfect victory. Yeah. Come, Maria. Prepare delicious oven roast for Rosa. No, Maria. Looks delicious. Slice up your cow tits and make me a sandwich. What? What? The voice. Oof. I was just pretending to believe in you. An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a cloud of gold butterflies, and reformed into her body a short distance away. Battler? You bastard. I thought you'd surrendered so far that even your soul was furniture. Me too. But while I was listening to that gross recipe, I started to get a little hungry. What the fuck? Now I feel like eating a whole roast witch. And Maria, it's 10 years too early for you to talk about having someone eat you. For fuck's... But in 10 years, you better say that... Oh, promise. Battler-kun, sorry to keep you waiting, Aunt Rosa. I'd forgotten. This is a one-on-one fight between me and this woman. It's totally wrong for me to give in. Thanks to you hanging in there. I've gotten my will to fight back. I'm trying to be strong, chat. I'm trying to be strong. I'm trying to be strong. I'm trying to be strong. This person, he gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered to me, didn't he? I see. He doesn't know when to give up. Just what I expect from Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, or Kinzo himself. So the chick is a phoenix. The chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all. How dashing, how amusing. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have you any other way, Battler. Try to deny me, I'll completely and thoroughly smash you to bits. Let me make you surrender over and over again. I'll teach you, one who has licked my shoes, the taste of defeat over and over again. No problem. I'll teach you that I, Ushiromiya Battler, am a man who can stand back up even after crawling through the mud. I've never been invincible in a fight. I've lost loads of times, but I'll definitely crawl through the mud and stand up again, and then I'll finish this. In a man's fight, you don't lose until you accept defeat, no matter how much you get beat up. It's weird that, like, part of this section glitched and we couldn't read a line. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. I hope it wasn't an important line. Battler's so good. I like him so much. Yeah, it's weird that, yeah. It's so strange. Don't think I'm out just because you took a shot at me. I'll give you a good show, Beatrice. I'll accept your challenge, Ushiromiya Battler. Furniture, begin preparations for the next game. While we're waiting, why don't you tell me all about it? There were lots of closed rooms in this game. Using red, I smashed to bits most of the methods by which you tried to talk yourself out of them. What other evasive quibbles will you show me now? The lock to the chapel, the lock to Jessica's room, the lock to the servant room, the lock to Netsui's room, the lock to the parlor. Use your bizarre specialty. Those delusions, rantings, daydreams, and bluffs. All slanted with ridiculous, incredible turns of events, and show how you can thoroughly deny me. It's useless. It's all useless. Oh, okay. Okay, so this seems like 2 in a row that we didn't solve the mysteries. Is that what the answers arc is? So we get some answers, but most of it we're going to go through in the answers arc? Or what? Can I skip this or no? No. Yes. No. No. Thank you, Voltage, for the resub. Greetings. 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 And thank you, Zero T Tempest, also for the resub. Thank you. Thank you. No, you get the answers in Persona 3, the Answer DLC. I thought we weren't playing that. That Battler moment reminds me of how much I hate lewd jokes in Weeb games, because like Trails in the Sky is a great. Stop talking about Trails in the Sky. Like amazing character interactions, best pro tag I ever experienced, so much world building, but like randomly sometimes after 20 hours, someone says the most deranged and lewd comment, and it's like, why? I like this character. Don't make them say this. Episode 1 or episode 2? Not sure yet. About the same. About the same. Okay, but give me your bus size landed. Yeah, that's like funny. Like, especially the place that he's in. Like, you know. There's nothing wrong with lewd jokes, chat. I make lewd jokes all the time. Like, there's a time and a place for them. I don't know, I think lewd jokes are overdone and too easy, says Dalmek. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's pretty true, yeah. Favorite character so far? Oh, well, until 10 minutes ago, Battler. Happy for you, that wasn't the line. What do you mean that wasn't the line? Mouse are we even gonna find the line? Don't gaslight him, that was it. Chat's confused as fuck. Don't think so, smile. It's like me with the moment in Indigo Prophecy. That wasn't the moment. I regret so much not fucking up the last QuickTime event on purpose after he jumped off the truck. Oh, I regret it so much. That would have been such a funny end to that scene. Oh, man. Where is Rosa in your character ranking now? I'm not sure, but she's much higher than she was before. She was kind of a nothing character before, but this was interesting. I wonder who's going to be like the main guest star of the next episode. Probably Ava? I think Rudolph's going to be the last one to survive if my reading of expectations is correct. Rosa, Natsui. No, I like Natsui more than Rosa, but Rosa was interesting this time around. Well, what are we judging concepts or are we judging like the character themselves? I like Natsui better than Rosa, but conceptually, one of the siblings being like suddenly finding themselves the oldest one and emulating their older siblings and going crazy and paranoid and treating everyone badly, that was more interesting than what Natsui did. Natsui just became like a very hold on, I'm suddenly in charge, I need to look after everyone, I just want to minimize the amount of damage that's done, I'm very reluctant, I just want to make sure we get all this. She was just doing triage the whole entire time, right? That's less interesting to me than what Rosa did, but as a character, I like Natsui better than Rosa. But like, Rosa's probably more interesting, I guess. But that coming from where she was before, it's interesting. Yeah, it was still, like, it still showed character development and a different side to the character, yeah. But like, I think Rose's was more interesting. Just keep using that word again. This is taking a while, huh? Best moment of episode 2? Best moment for me was when I clocked what Beatrice was doing on the beach. That was a really powerful moment for me, and it really like informed the whole entirety of the episode for me. I really like that. That was the best moment for me. The best moment that the story did, like, and it was like good on its own merit without me having to like get involved in the mystery was either the train scene with Maria or the very end when she fired the gun and it just cycled through 4 different screens right into the credits at the end. I thought that was really cool. I really liked that moment. What do you think about the Red Truth? I really like it. I really like it. It's smart. It's a smart way, especially in a visual novel, to not have to waste a lot of time, like, going over the same information all over again. Like, yeah, but I could go around and check the whole entire room and spend, like, so many times, like, going through every single window. It's like, no, hold on, I'll just tell you the rules. Like, here you go, boom, done. Like, yeah, it's good. But it's also not that easy, because it can still be, like, she can still weaponize the truth and just, and say, like, technical truths that are lying. You can lie while telling the truth. That's why we had that fight with chat one time where I said a lie is intent. Like, you can say something that's not true without it being a lie. You can just be wrong. Lying is always in the intent. You can't lie without intent. Where do you think we're going for episode 3? Probably the zoo. We've been to the aquarium. We're going to the zoo. Thank you, Iron Raft, for the 9 gift subs. Hope you enjoyed my Twin Peaks rant earlier, Iron Raft. Umineko. I'll +2 that, yeah. Addition of new elements. Question mark has been added. You can find this new feature on title screen. There was an achievement that popped up and I didn't read it in time. Thoughts on Goda this episode? I think he was great. Yeah, Goda was surprisingly a good part of the plot. Yeah. Yeah, not what I expected from Goda. Yeah. So far it's there's 4 question marks. It was 3 before. I think that the story has done a really good job showing how people can change when they're put under an immense amount of pressure and they're in a very dangerous and unstable situation, while still having these fleeting moments where they snap back to normalcy and they're like going back into routine, and it's like, you might, from an on, like, even I've probably said a couple times, like, really, we're still doing this? But it's kind of important, you know what I mean? Like, if I don't know, if you were ever in a crisis and, you know, maybe someone close to you is in a really bad accident, like maybe they're really hurt, maybe they even die or something like that, you might be surprised, like, in the moment you might still find yourself just absentmindedly just checking your phone if you're in the habit of checking your phone a lot, you know what I mean? It's like it's this little bit of normalcy that's just so ingrained into your behavior that you don't even know how to stop it. You don't even know how you're doing it, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but it's interesting that it's showing that in the story with almost all the characters, I think. Yeah. We're talking about an Umidan, but my primary angle of analysis going forward is pretty much that Umineko is feminist literature. I'm absolutely in my happy place right now. Enjoy, Jelly. Enjoy. Well then, did you find that game enjoyable? A game not one-sided goes beyond being riveting. It's boring. The analysis. My, but you're as harsh as always, considering how proud I was to have created a development so impactful that it might satisfy even the boredom-hating Lady Burncastle. This response is quite harsh. Well, I'll admit it was impactful, however, it was horrible as a fair game, unless you make the conditions a bit more even. Are you saying there's no way to win? Not even for Lady Burncastle? Cackle, cackle. I wonder what you mean by that, Beato. There's no need to try and fool me. I already know that you're no bystander. Were you planning on hiding it? You're an outrageous person to come into someone else's territory from such a great distance to work against them. You came to watch from the sidelines and probably to push strongly for my defeat. I've guessed right, haven't I? And if so? Cackle, cackle. Truly amusing that I should be granted a chance to fight against Lady Burncastle, the strongest of witches who defeated Lady Lambda Delta. It's truly a pleasure. What are you, fucking dungeon keeper now? What are we? Yes, I'm also pleased. I came all this way because I really wanted to see you. Bring me with confidence. Fall apart and lose. What an honest person. Cackle, cackle. Even so, it would be a shame if the contest between me and the great Lady Burncastle was resolved without at least one observer. You called her here, didn't you? That kid. Maria? Mouse, can we still watch Twin Peaks if I drop this right now? No? I found you. I finally found you, Burncastle. How are you, Lambda? Looks like you've got lots of spare time too. I wonder if it's fate that the pair who hates boredom should run into each other again. Stupid kid. Can't you see you only won against me because of a little luck and a problem of compatibility? After that, you became such a brag, and now you're even picking a fight with Beatrice? Shouldn't you learn your place? Giggle. Beatrice is strong, and she's even more brutal than I am. Just a bit. And by the way, don't go shortening people's names without their permission. You're dumb too, Beato. If this kid's in your game, she'll make a mess of everything. I certainly didn't just bring Lady Lambda Delta here to watch from the sidelines. After informing me that you were betting against me, she said she would bet against you. Okay, can we short this betting? You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Ho 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 ho. Because I'm the strongest witch in the universe, but I lost to you, which means I'm not the strongest. So any enemy of yours is my ally. Cackle, cackle. And there you have it. With the great Lady Burncastle as our opponent, this may not even count as a handicap, but it should make for good entertainment. Do as you like. Characters were updated? Okay. You know what? Let's read these again just in case. The Endless Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years, she is known for being exceptionally cruel even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate that can possibly be given, and she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns so that her means end up becoming her goals. Huh. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years. This is the one that even if there's a chance of like a 1 in 1 billion chance of winning, it'll happen, right? Isn't that? Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. Back when she was a human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. As a result, it seems she's unable to abandon others who are caught within a similar fate. Theoretically, she's a witch with the greatest of powers, but in practice, this is no more realistic than folding a piece of paper 100 times so that it reaches the moon. Yet, she did fold it 100 times. Lambda Delta. The Witch of Certainty, who has lived for 1,000 years. She embodies the idea that hard workers are rewarded and is revered even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the concepts of humans. For that reason, her power as one worshipped by humans is incalculable. However, she is fickle about whose efforts she chooses to reward, and in many cases she bestows her favor upon those who entertain her the most. Her immense, swift, and terrifying power can make any witch surrender in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Burncastle was able to take full advantage of that. What the fuck is going on? Do as you like. Now that I've been exposed, allow me to get serious. That would be well. Going easy has never been written in my dictionary. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Well, it's written in mine. Lady Lemfelta, let's enjoy our precious time together. Yeah, I'll be counting on you, Lady Beatrice. I've been betrayed pretty badly by her too. Until the two of us smash her up and pay her back double, I won't be able to rest. I'll be counting on you, Lambda, and you, Beato. No matter what we fight over, this will be a very significant battle for us all. That's right. Of course, I don't plan on losing, but we've got a goal beyond who wins and who loses. After all, we hate boredom. Three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed. Alright, so cackle, giggle, guffaw? That's right. I should thank you, Beato. It looks like I'll finally be able to escape my boredom. Do your best to entertain me, along with Lambda Delta. Leave it to me. Cackle, cackle. If we're decided, Beato, then let's start a strategy meeting right now. I know all of this girl's weak points, and I'll teach you all of them. And yet, Lady Lambda Delta, you were defeated by her. Cackle, cackle. I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Soon. Cackle, cackle. She's never boring, that Lady Lambda Delta. Isn't she? Take care of her. She gets lonely easily. I see. So she's one of those that are popular these days. Cackle, as expected from Lady Lambda Delta. Quite cutting edge. Cackle, cackle. Go already. That kid's waiting for you to chase after her. Then if you'll excuse me, see you next game. Cackle, cackle. I'm sorry. That troublesome one came, but don't mind it. More importantly, things sure got ugly. I thought I experienced a very tragic end in Lambda's game. But this one is exceptionally horrible. I can't say I don't understand why you're hugging your knees and closing up your heart. If you meet a fate like that a few more times, it'll take a lot less than 100 years to kill your heart. Beato saw through me, so I'll confess. You are now just like I was in the past when I was imprisoned inside Lambda's world, shut inside a labyrinth of cruel fate, tormented by a witch in a manner of speaking. I'm a witch who was born from there, so maybe I'm like an older sister to you, so I decided that I'd lend you my power. However, even compared to my fate, yours is truly brutal. Not only do I sympathize with you, I'm almost brought to tears by your tragic fate. But please don't lose heart. Please don't submit to Beato, no matter what. Certainly that child's game is quite unfair. I've only been allowed a glimpse of the game board, but the unfair and clever devices set up on the stage are so disgusting that I imagine they far surpass those on Lambda Delta's game board. And what's even more frightening is that when that kid moves a piece, she doesn't always make the best possible move. This is where she's very different from Lambda. Lambda always uses an overpowering number of pieces to make the best possible move in order to win. But Beato sometimes intentionally goes easy on her opponent when she moves her pieces. Since, when we're in trouble, we try to seek out our opponent's strategy by looking at their moves, this creates a very formidable amount of noise in our information. That might cause a troublesome amount of disorder. However, as in chess, though a player might be able to create some noise for their opponent with a useless move, they'll still miss out on the more valuable move they avoided. In other words, it's not like your opportunities to take advantage of this are zero. Although you may not be able to believe it, that analogy holds true for this game as well. Even though those developments look so overpowering, there actually was a weak point that almost looks like she wanted you to take advantage of it, though I don't know if it's a trap or if she's testing us. Anyway, don't surrender, don't stop thinking, don't deny any possibility. As long as you continue to hold the will to fight, Beato will not win. What's the most important element in defense during a witch's battle? Rather than trying to win, try not to lose. If accepting her means your defeat, then you definitely mustn't accept her. Making you accept witches, there is no longer any doubt that this is one of Beatrice's victory conditions. Now that I've announced that I'm your ally, I too will make as great an effort as possible to lend you my power. Make an effort yourself as well. If you're still hugging your knees, quickly stand back up. In times like this, what did I used to say again? Go for it. Yay. Meep. Yayifications. Meepa. Did her voice change? It's so embarrassing doing this. I've done this much for you, so quickly stand back up. Ah, there you are. I wonder where Burn shrank off to. Giggle. Could she be any more lame? Even so, just like the usual, the pieces Burn chooses are pretty shabby. It's the same with chess, right? If all of your pieces were pawns, you'd have zero chance to win, right? If all of your pieces were rooks and bishops, you definitely wouldn't lose. Well, last time, right when I felt just a little pity and said she could start with her pieces anywhere she wanted, that idiot Burn, without taking notice of my compassion, started with all her pawns on my side of the board. What's up with that? That wasn't a loss or anything. Just remembering it makes me queasy. Because of that, I won't be able to rest until I see Burn's speechless face. And since Burn's piece fucked up so bad, I'm feeling just great. Plus, she may not look it, but that girl really hates to lose, so I'll bet she's off somewhere grinding her teeth and crying her eyes out right now. How totally lame, Giggle. Oh. Come on, laugh with me. Oh. Wait a sec, are you still hugging your knees? You're already like this just because Beato got a little serious? Could you be any more pathetic? She made a sword come out of Cannon's arm, dog! You're so pathetic, I'll just help you out a little bit. I, the great lady Lambda Delta, with the Witch of Certainty and the strongest in the universe, will associate myself just a tiny bit with you and your hopeless chances of winning. You should thank me. You know, Beatrice may really be a cruel and powerful witch, but she's no match for me. Why? Because she's soft. Though she'll set up the board in a way that'll let her win with just a few more moves, she'll intentionally avoid cornering you. She'll do things like take worthless pieces and place excess pieces on the board to make things more one-sided. Simply put, she's got the bad habit of playing around as soon as she thinks she's won. It's kind of based. Almost all the various attacks that hurt you and Burn look like utter waste and overkill to me. In other words, she's got a weakness and you've got a chance. See? She isn't an opponent to be afraid of, right? So she sometimes mistakes her means for her ends, and she has too much dark fun. Sometimes that even ends up creating and exposing her own weak points. For a super powerful witch like me, it's hard to understand why she's able to act so tough, why she lowers her own chances of winning. So she's like Battler, but well, because of that, a witch like Burn, who likes to thoroughly read her opponent, has a really bad affinity with her, because reading her doesn't work. Maybe it's really easy for Burn to read and handle a straightforward and honest type like me, annoyingly enough. So Burn is like chessboard thinking personified, and that's why chessboard thinking doesn't always work, because she doesn't always make the best moves. Well, still, a super fire power type like me can flat out beat up a light, wide-range barrage type like Beatrice, so it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. If I'm paper, Beato is rock, which means Burn is scissors. Pink? Well, maybe that doesn't matter. Even though my paper loses to Burn scissors, if I was Ishida's super paper, which is way more awesome than normal paper, I could beat even scissors, right? Basically, I, Lady Lambda Delta, am super paper. Oh. It looks like you've regained a bit of your color. That Beato, she's having fun torturing some piece called Rosa. At a glance, you'd think she has really nasty taste, right? Wrong. She's just killing time, hoping that you'll stand back up and return. It's a move to fire up your righteous indignation by intentionally doing something detestable. Aw man, I hate kids like that. Anyway, I'll head on back. Don't tell anyone about me helping you, just helping you out just a little bit. I mean, it's not like I helped you because I wanted to save you, okay? I, the strongest witch in the universe, had my throne stolen away when I lost to Burn. So I've got to take that throne back from her. But if she loses to Beato here, then it's Beato who will get the position of strongest next, right? Well, it's not like I'm complaining. It'd be easier to steal the throne back from Beato, but then I wouldn't be satisfied, you see? I will defeat Burn, and I'll take back my position as the strongest. It's not like I'm really helping you, okay? I won't forgive you if you make Burn cry. I don't like the question mark scenes. The witch hunt. I am Super Paper. Complete the second hidden tea party. Next episode lock has been removed. You can find these new features on the title screen. Addition of new features. What's the new feature? Oh.